Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I hereby call the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct roll call.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Peñalosa will be participating in this meeting via teleconference. He has not yet joined in that capacity. Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
Record show you have 4 members present. That is a quorum.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, the City Attorney has something to request.
Mayor and council members, from time to time, the City Attorney's Office, in connection with the staff, will ask you to add an item to your agenda. Under the Brown Act, you can do so. The item came up after the posting of the agenda, and there's a need to take immediate action. The City of Los Angeles contacted us after the posting of the agenda to request that the city join an additional amicus brief. We'd like to talk to you about that in closed session. This is the same case we discussed previously, Newsom versus Trump. So if I could get a unanimous vote of those present, we can add that item.
Make a motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
I heard 4 ayes for the motion by Mayor Mesqua, seconded by Councilmember Lopez, to add item 1G, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Newsom versus Trump, to the closed session agenda. Motion carries.
Do any council members need to announce their abstentions on closed session items? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on any closed session items?
Mayor and City Council, we did not receive any speaker cards from members present or in Zoom related to closed session, nor were any e-comments received related to the closed session agendas.
Great, thank you. We'll now go into closed session.
Recording stopped.
you can go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good timing to start at 5:40 instead of 6 or 6:30. So, let's start the meeting, Madam Clerk. I hereby reconvene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom, including teleconference participation by Councilmember Peñalosa. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. This is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. There's an opportunity to call for a recess or break or even to clear the meeting room if a meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business. Warnings will be provided prior to any action being taken, and we appreciate your cooperation. For everyone's safety, per the fire marshal, please do not stand or place objects in the aisles, in front of the dais, along the back wall of the council chamber, or in front of entrances and exits. During city council presentations and oaths of office, guests of individuals being recognized are invited to come to the front to take photos. For roll call, Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Present.
And if you could please let us know if there's anyone there present with you in the room.
No, there is nobody here in the room with me.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
Record show you do have 6 members present, 5 in person, 1 via Zoom. That is a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, before we proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance, please make an announcement.
For members of the public jurisdiction, you must dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom now to be in the speaker queue once public comments commence. This does not apply to public hearing item numbers 27 and 28, for which comments will be heard during the specific public hearing. Please hold your comments on those particular items until specifically called upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. May I have Adrian please come up and join us, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm sorry, he's representing Labor's Leuna 652.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If we can all remove our hats, place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Words of inspiration at this time will be provided by Pastor Jeff Schlidler. I'm sure I said that wrong. Please come to the podium. Thank you. I'm going to call you Pastor Jeff.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Honored to be with you all this evening, representing Cross of Grace Church of Santa Ana. Thank you for the opportunity to address the City Council and to ask God's blessing upon what's going to take place this evening. Let's go to him now in prayer. God of heaven and earth, I am grateful that your word promises that the Lord is near to all who call on him. We call upon you now because we need you to be near to us. Truly, we need you at all times, but in the lives we live, there are some times where that need becomes even clearer to us. Right now is one of those. As we gather this evening, we find our city, our community, and our nation experiencing unrest, disunity, division, anger, and fear. Even here, in our little corner of the world, the waves of tragedy, both near and far off, continue crashing upon the shore. For all kinds of reasons, members of our community have heavy hearts and are in need of hope. We pray, Lord, that you would meet us in a time like this, that you would do a work among us to anchor our hearts in peace, protect the innocent around us, accomplish true justice where there must be justice, and to bless our city according to the riches of your grace. We pray that through what takes place tonight, you would work good for Santa Ana, that you would give wisdom and insight to our city councilors and leaders, that you would strengthen them to do the difficult job they have to do, that you would grant them unity of mind and heart and spur them on in a common purpose to serve those they represent. Would you cause all that is done tonight, every discussion, every decision, every public comment made, to be done for the building up of the families, schools, businesses, neighborhoods, nonprofits, and churches of our city. And Lord, for all of us, in a time where hate is common, would you fill the hearts in this room with a love that is not? The very love that comes from you. The kind of love that expressed itself in the giving of your Son in order to do everlasting good for broken and needy people like us. A love that would not be contained to this place, but would pour out into our city. In a time where evil seems rampant all around us, would you work through us to overcome evil with good? And Father in heaven, would you cause your will to be done in Santa Ana as it is in heaven? Would you make our city a place that people love to be? Would you be near to us in all the ways we need it? For the glory of your name and the good of our city, we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Jeff. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the City Council agenda?
No, there are not, but I heard there is a little birdie who flew all night from Florida to tell you something.
A little birdie that flew all the way from Florida to tell me something. Well, here he comes. Here's the birdie, everybody. All right, Mr. Birdie. I don't know, is it okay to take it? Are you sure? All right. Mr. Birdie. Thank you, Mr. Birdie. Let me see what he gave us. It says, we did it. Not quite sure yet, but let me read it. We're so proud to announce that our Santa Ana Zoo team has earned accreditation from the Association of Zoos and Aquariums. Yay! You want to wait right here? Yes, there you go. You take that seat right there. AZA accreditation, you're going to vote tonight too, is a prestigious recognition award to only the top zoos and aquariums. It's more than just a badge of honor. It signifies excellence in animal welfare and veterinarian care, as you can tell, access to global conservation and species survival programs, we let him live, enhanced educational programs and funding opportunities, a safe, engaging space for families and visitors to connect with wildlife. Just don't connect with this one, okay? Professional development and career growth for our dedicated team. We're thrilled to join the ranks of AZA accredited institutions and continue working every day to inspire, educate, and protect. Your Santa Ana Zoo team will continue to provide the highest standards of animal care, conservation, education, and visitor experience. This achievement belongs to all of our staff, the Friends of the Santa Ana Zoo team, our volunteers, our city leaders, our city management, and you, our incredible community. Congratulations. I don't think he's sticking around for photos, so we're going to let him go back to the zoo. All right. We're going to do presentations now. Sorry, I was thrown off here with the little birdie. He's not a little birdie, by the way. He's a big birdie. Okay. Orange County Hunger Alliance, I am declaring the month of September 25 as Hunger Action Month. Come on up, Hunger Alliance. Please join me.
First of all, I'd like to point out how happy I am. I changed clothes and didn't bring my green parrot suit today. That would have been embarrassing.
You should have worn one. All right. Good evening. It is my honor to present this proclamation to the Orange County Hunger Alliance in recognition of September as Hunger Action Month. Hunger Action Month is a nationwide campaign that brings together food banks, anti-hunger organizations, and communities across the country. It is a time to raise awareness about hunger and food insecurity and to inspire people to take action to ensure every family has access to nutritious food. Unfortunately, the reality is that right here in Orange County, over 359,000 individuals are food insecure, including more than 86,000 children. These are our neighbors, our classmates, our coworkers, and our community members. In response, local organizations are stepping up in incredible ways. Second Harvest Food Bank alone distributed over 8 million pounds of food at 47 distribution sites in Santa Ana last fiscal year, serving more than 1.6 million individuals. That's why this month we are calling on everyone to be part of the movement to end food insecurity. Whether through volunteering, advocacy, donations, or simply spreading the word, your voice, action, and commitment will make a difference. On behalf of the city, as the mayor, I'm proud to declare September 2025 as Hunger Action Month, and I present this proclamation to the Orange County Hunger Alliance in recognition of your unwavering efforts to fight hunger and uplift families in our community. And I just really want to thank you because I know we've worked together even when I was on the school board, and so I appreciate everything that you do for our community. It means a lot. So thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
This is-
Appreciate it.
You wanna say something?
I'd like to thank Mayor Metzger on behalf of the Hunger Alliance, which is all those nonprofit agencies across the county, including the 2 food banks, that work to alleviate food insecurity, that helps provide that consistent access to nutrition to individuals and families that are lacking that food. And I want to thank the city council, but most importantly, I want to ask everyone to please help. There's plenty of ways to help, and you can start by supporting the nonprofit agencies in Santa Ana that feed our residents. So thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you for all the support.
Thank you. Let's do a photo. Does the council want to come down and join us?
All right. There we go. If I could have Ignacio Munoz, Jamie Cortez, Mark Schowecker, and Marta Rodriguez join me up here, please. While they're coming up here, we're recognizing them because they are part of our very essential Service Club infrastructure here in Santa Ana, and we're going to be proclaiming September as Service Club Month. So good evening, everybody. So tonight it is my honor to recognize the invaluable contributions of the Kiwanis, Lions, Elks, and Rotary Clubs as we declare September 2025 Service Club Organization Month here in Santa Ana. Each of these organizations have been a pillar of strength and compassion in our community, dedicated to enhancing it through their steadfast commitment to service, charity, and fundraising. For years, these clubs have played a pivotal role in driving the growth and development within our community. The Kiwanis Club, Ignacio, if you can come up here. This to you. So, when have you ever been shy? So the Kiwanis Club, currently led by this gentleman here, Ignacio Munoz. Also here with the Kiwanis Club tonight, is Michael Moss here? Yes. Michael Moss, where's Michael at? Michael right there, thank you. Now Ignacio's the president, but Michael's got the title of California, Nevada, Hawaii District Division 4 Lieutenant Governor. Is governor next? I won't say which one has an opening, but there is a governor spot opening, just saying. So the Kiwanis Club has been serving the children and families of our community for over a century. Each year they host signature youth programs, including a holiday shopping event at Target for underserved students, and they award over $58,000 in scholarships to Santa Ana college students pursuing higher education. Thank you for that. If I can have Jamie Cortez come up. Jamie. There you go. So Jamie is currently the president of the Santa Ana Lions Club, but represented here tonight, I believe, is Caesar here? There he is. How do I miss him with the big yellow sachet there? All right. So we've got Jamie and Caesar, and we've got quite a few other Lions here tonight. The Lions Club's community efforts include providing free eyeglasses to low-income children in collaboration with the Santa Ana Unified School District and other partners to strengthen vision programs. Beyond vision care, the Lions Club is deeply committed to a broad range of initiatives, including environmental programs, food aid, senior support, and services for individuals with disabilities, demonstrating their unwavering dedication to improving lives across our community. Thank you, guys. If I could have Mark Schoewecker come up here. So Mark's, kind of competing with Michael. He's got a fancy title himself. Mark is the exalted ruler over at the Elks Lodge, 794, of which my wife and I are proud members. Wendy and I have been members for over 10 years now. The Elks are committed to supporting children through their drug awareness programs, educating and protecting kids from the dangers of drug use. Last year, the Santa Ana Elks awarded over $50,000 in scholarships to local youth, helping them pursue their educational dreams. Additionally, the Elks provided back-to-school backpacks to help prepare kids for the school year in an effort led by Linda Fernandez. I know Mayor Mesqua was there. I know our Police Officers Association was there helping out as well, so that's great. The Elks continue to support local youth sports, including Little League Baseball and football, ensuring children in Santa Ana stay active and engaged. Thank you, Mark. And Marta, who is our president of the Rotary Club, whose motto is service above self, makes a tangible difference in our community and beyond. The Rotary Club supports students with scholarships fighting food insecurity through partnerships with local shelters. They also support the Los Angeles Fire Donation Project, organized book giveaways for youth, participated in the Rotary Walk for Mental Health, and sponsored Rotary Youth Leadership Award camps for high school students. Thank you, Marta. Wow. So, in conclusion, each of these organizations is committed to unlocking the full potential of our community. Through mentoring, leadership development, scholarships, and tailored programs for underserved young people, they are helping to make change and help shape the next generation of Santa Ana leaders and change makers. Today, we celebrate the profound impact of the Kiwanis, Lions, Elks, and Rotary Clubs in Santa Ana as they continue to strengthen and enrich our community, ensuring that every individual has the opportunity to thrive here in Santa Ana. So on behalf of the Santa Ana City Council, it is my honor, and I want to express a heartfelt appreciation to all the members and all those in the audience as well and at home, the volunteers and supporters of all these service clubs, and proclaim September 2025 as Service Club Month here in the city of Santa Ana. Your tireless dedication and selfless efforts embody the true spirit of community and inspire all of us to strive for a better tomorrow for our Golden City here in Santa Ana. So thank you guys. Let's give them a round of applause.
Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hello, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for your service. Hello there. Hello there, ma'am. Good to see you. Always an honor.
Final presentation is Councilmember Lopez, please.
And everybody, all of the service providers as well. Come on up, everybody.
Hello, welcome to your house. Welcome to City Hall.
Can you hold these for me? Thank you. I think these are all in alphabetical order.
Hello, hello. Good to see you.
And then the other half of
Hello there.
the people that are not.
Okay, guys.
See you. Good to see you. Hello, welcome, welcome. Thank you guys for being here. Good to see you. Always a pleasure. Hello, hola, ¿cómo estás? Gusto verte. De nada. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hello there. Welcome to City Hall. Hello. You guys for your dedicated service. Hello. Que vives Aguayo. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? Puro Jalisco, está bien. Hija, tengo unos guaraches puestos de Aguayo. Ahí está. Sí, muy bien.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Tonight, we are going to be recognizing the Santa Ana Unified School District FACE team, the FACE liaisons, the folks that work in the Immigration Support Division or Plan, and so many more of the people that have, for the past 8 months and before that, have really been at the front line supporting so many of our families through some of the difficult times that our community has been experiencing this year. And so I am really proud to highlight the leadership of the Santa Ana Unified School District, specifically the district's FACE team that has responded to the needs of its immigrant families and the broader community with both compassion and a concrete plan in place. Since February, SAUSD has implemented a comprehensive immigration support plan designed to empower, protect, and uplift families across this city. This initiative has reached thousands of families through targeted workshops, staff training, and essential services. They have hosted 55 workshops, drawing a total of 7,817 participants. These sessions were crafted to address urgent and long-term needs within the community. Nearly 5,000 individuals attended Know Your Rights workshops, gaining essential information about their legal protections. Over 1,876 participants took part in the family preparedness workshop plans through learning how to safeguard their families during emergencies. Through Empowered Community Network workshops, over 1,199 attendees found connection, community, and support. SAUSD has also supported 419 individuals in citizenship classes, guiding them through the process of becoming U.S. citizens. 150 people participated in the mental wellness support workshops, gaining access to coping tools and mental health resources. Beyond direct engagement, SAUSD has invested in its own people. A total of 979 staff members have been trained through 25 professional development sessions, equipping them with the knowledge and tools needed to better serve immigrant students and their families. In partnership with the City of Santa Ana's Ayuda Sin Frontera program, the district has also supported hands-on support to over 50 families to ensure that they're aware of the program and that they apply to the program, helping them complete applications for emergency financial assistance during these difficult times. Through collaborations with partners such as Second Harvest, the Seba Collective, the district has helped to distribute over 8,500 bags of food, including home deliveries to those parents in our community that are too afraid to be out in public spaces. I really want to thank them for going above and beyond and making sure that people are not just being supported mentally and emotionally, but also with the everyday needs that their household needs to have. With every workshop, every training, and every bag of food, the FACE team continues to affirm its commitment to the well-being of our families that it serves. For that, I am proud to recognize their team on behalf of the City of Santa Ana. I want to thank you all for your work, your compassion, and your dedication to our community. And I thank the districts for being at the forefront of this fight, for listening, for being prepared, and for establishing a plan of action to respond to one of the most urgent needs we face this year. And while the main awardees are the liaisons, the district staff, a lot of the people that you see behind me, their work is not possible without the support of partnerships like United Across Borders Foundation, the Orange County Rapid Response Network, the families of our city, the Orange County Justice Fund, various community partners. SAELI is one of them. The Office of Supervisor Sarmiento, our incredible community volunteers, the Mexican Consulate, our community schools coordinator, Mr. Jose Alfredo Hernandez, who's an attorney and has been at many of these workshops, and so many more. And of course, I want to thank our the city manager's office as well for always lending support to the district and to any family that has reached out to us saying we need we need support during these times in whatever capacity. I will now hand this over to Ms. Lisa Solomon. Yeah.
And I apologize, I have problems with my knee, and it started to buckle. And I only have a 3-hour speech, so just hold on, okay? First of all, I would like to thank Councilwoman Jessie Lopez for the recognition. Your leadership and commitment to uplifting our families and stabilizing our community have been an inspiration, and we are honored to be here tonight. In FACE, we say everyone is family and community engagement, and you can see that with all the people up here. I literally brought everyone. We believe in FACE that solo el pueblo salva el pueblo. What that means is only community saves community. This has been our guiding spirit. Over the past year, we have seen our students, teachers, families, and community partners come together in extraordinary ways to support one another. Thanks to the vision of our district leaders, including Dr. Lorraine Perez, Jerry Almendares, our superintendents, and our school board members, we've been able to offer supports, resources, and the information that our families needed during challenging times. What has truly come to the forefront, though, is that there are so many people who value and care about our immigrant community. And the only way in which we get through challenging times is not by working together, is not by working apart, but by working together. Through our collective efforts, I can now say that we have provided, the number has increased, over 9,000 bags of food, hand delivering to our families who could not reach our distribution sites. With the amazing help of our partners, Erika from United Across Borders, Assistance League of Santa Ana, the Suchi Foundation, Supervisor Sarmiento, our mayor's office, and even our local farmers, we have been able to deliver food to our families and students. Teachers, school administrators, opened up their school sites, and they were also able to collect much-needed donations. Even our school bus drivers helped to deliver food to the families. Beyond food, we've also worked with community partners like OC Justice Fund and Orange County Rapid Response Network to not only ensure that our community is safe, but that people know their rights and that they have access to vital resources. We've had over 7,000 people who have participated, not just from Santana, but from across the country in our Know Your Rights workshops. We've also received legal guidance from the amazing Mexican consulate. Alejandra is here with us, and Jose Alfredo Hernandez, one of our former board members, as well as the Orange County Healthcare Agency, who's provided mental health supports and family supports. We are so grateful for everyone, including Santa Ana College, who has also opened up more citizenship classes for our families. We're especially grateful to the OC Justice Fund, who every month comes together with us to present Know Your Rights, updated information to our community. To Orange County Rapid Response Network, Sandra de Anda, who continues to keep our community safe day and night. To, of course, the Mexican Consulate, Jose Alfredo Hernandez, and everyone who has stood alongside us to inform and protect our community and staff. And also to the amazing family and community engagement team, who walked side by side with the families to help them complete critical applications to get rent and utilities assistance. I don't think I could ever thank Tanner and Saulo enough for the patience that they've had with us and for all that they've done. This recognition is not just for us, it belongs to every volunteer We've had parents volunteers here, we have staff, we have students who have all volunteered by our side to make sure our families are well taken care of. From that, I just want to say thank you to everyone, and thank you once again, Councilmember Lopez, because people will always say it takes a village, but this is truly our village who's helped us get through really tough times. Thank you.
Buenas tardes o buenas noches. Solamente quiero agradecer y de reconocer la importancia que ha tenido FACE, el distrito con la ciudad, las organizaciones. Gracias a todos por ayudar y apoyar a nuestra comunidad. Las palabras quedarían cortas para agradecer todo el trabajo que han hecho en estos momentos tan difíciles. Gracias a todos, especialmente a Lisa Salomon, FACE. Gracias.
I just wanted to say thank you for the recognition. And I couldn't be more fortunate to work with so many people who literally just listen to what the needs are and come and say, hey, this is what I'm hearing. Can we do this? How do we make this happen? And so I'm just grateful to all of the folks who have been part of this, partners with us in SAUSD, and thank you to the city, and thank you, Councilwoman Lopez, for this recognition, for our FACE team, and for just the work that we've been doing as a district. Thank you.
All right, that's it for presentations. Thank you, everyone. At this time, we're going to continue with the meeting. I think there's 4 of us up here. You're waiting for the what? I'm sorry? Oh, okay. It'll be a little bit. Okay, so at this time, Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor, council members, and members of the public, I do have reportable action. You want me to wait a few minutes?
I'm sorry, Madam City Attorney, I can't hear you.
Yeah. Would you like me to just wait a few seconds for us to empty the room?
Second. Aye, Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, council members, and members of the public, the City Council met in closed session today, beginning at 4 p.m. Pursuant to the Brown Act, I do have reportable action to announce. Number one, the City Council added a late-breaking item to the agenda in the case of Gavin Newsom versus Donald Trump, which is currently in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and the council voted 6-0 with Councilmember Hernandez absent to join an amicus brief to be filed by the City of Los Angeles. Item number two, in the case of Share Ourselves, listed as item 1B on the City Council agenda, the council voted to settle this case for $550,000. On item number three, in the case of Paloma Ortiz, listed as item 1C, the City Council voted 6-0 with Councilmember Hernandez absent to settle the case for $85,000. And item number four, in the case of Purdue Pharma and National Prescription Opioid Litigation, the council voted, this was listed as item 1D and 1E. The City Council voted 6-0 with Councilmember Hernandez absent to opt into a settlement and to waive certain claims for the acceptance of settlement funds, which are anticipated to be in the range of hundreds of thousands of dollars incoming to the city. And then finally, on item number five, in the case of Rita Ramirez, listed as item 1F, the City Council voted 6-0 with Councilmember Hernandez absent to waive the attorney-client privilege as to specific personnel reports. And that is all the reportable action.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Mr. City Manager, if there are people outside, you can let them know, or somebody can, please. There's seats inside now. They can join us, please. Thank you so much.
We'll do that.
Thank you, sir. This is the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda, non-agenda items. Madam City Clerk, please explain the public comment procedures and call the first speakers.
And Mayor, did you wish to consider item number 7? We don't have any speakers for that nomination.
Yes,
we could
thank
do
you
the
for
oath of
reminding
office.
me.
Yes.
Let's go to item 7, if the council would so join me here. Item 7.
Make a motion to move the item.
I'm
Second.
sorry, we're going to let the clerk read it out first, please. Thank you.
That's okay. I heard a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Becerra to approve item number 7, which is an appointment of Ruben Reyes, nominated by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez as the Ward 2 representative to the Measure X Citizen Oversight Committee for a partial term expiring December 8th, 2026. And I'll do a roll call vote, please. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez? Yes. Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
With 6 ayes, no nays, with a temporary absence by Councilmember Lopez, motion carries. And if Ruben Reyes is here present, he can come forward to receive his oath of office.
Mr. Reyes, if you come out to the front, thank you.
I, Ruben Reyes, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear truthfully and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, at this time, Madam Clerk, we'll do public comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2025-004, speakers are requested to address the City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. Speakers will have 2 minutes for their comments. Before calling speakers, I'll report the summary of emails provided as of today. As of 2 p.m. this afternoon, we did receive a total of 39 e-comments related to agenda and non-agenda topics. 29 were on non-agenda, 8 were for item number 10, 1 for item 15, and 1 for item 30. Those were distributed to the City Council, made part of the record, and are posted online for public review. We'll now hear from members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber, followed by those that may be at the teleconference site and on the conference call or Zoom to provide their comments on agenda or non-agenda items only. Comments for public hearing items 27 and 28 will be heard separately. Please state your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in for the record. I'll be calling 3 names at a time. When you hear your name, if you could please line up in the center aisleway behind the podium. And again, the time limit is 2 minutes. First 3 speakers, Nancy Robles, Oscar Reyes, and David Arvizu. If you could please come forward. And Mayor and City Council, we are having more people come in from outside, but I do believe the first set of speakers should be inside already. Nancy Robles, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Nancy Robles, SEIU Local 721 Santa Ana Chapter President, and I stand before you on behalf of SEIU Local 721 members, the dedicated full-timers and part-timers that power this city. Tonight, we won't be here. You won't just hear me, but you will see the sea of purple outside. They're outside, and they're present. And that's just not a color. That's the family. That's our family, and that's pride. That's power. These are the workers who keep Santa Ana moving forward, repairing streets, caring for our youth and seniors, keeping neighborhoods safe, and delivering the essential services every family depends on. Together, full-time and part-time are the backbone of the city. I came before you at the start of negotiations in the spirit of partnership, to work together toward a fair contract for this workforce. But instead of respect, we've been met with delays, takeaways, and proposals that threaten our livelihoods and strip away our hard-won protections. This is not bargaining in good faith. This is blatant disrespect, and workers of Santa Ana will never accept this. All the while, the cost of living in the city continues to climb. Healthcare costs are up, wages are falling behind inflation, and yet the city holds millions in reserves. There's no excuse for this shortchange to There's no excuse to shortchange the very workers who keep this city functioning. So tonight I say, stand with the dedicated workers who keep Santa Ana running, and not with proposals that strip away their dignity and protection. One thing is for certain, you cannot do both. We are united, we are visible, we are SEIU.
Nancy, your time is up.
Thank you.
City Manager or Mayor, can we make it clear that nobody should be blocking the entrance to this chamber? And if there are empty seats, members of the public are welcome to come into their chamber and sit down?
Actually, I just mentioned that while you were outside.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
They will be filling up the seats, so you were outside. So go ahead, Mr. Reyes.
Good evening. My name is Oscar Reyes. I represent La Academia, a nonprofit soccer organization serving the youth of Santa Ana. Our mission is to unearth and nurture hidden soccer talent, leveraging soccer as a vehicle towards education, educational attainment, and social mobility. Since you guys gave me 2 minutes and not 3, I'm just going to cut to the chase. I'm homegrown in Santa Ana. We gave Saddleback its first national championship ever, scholarship to play at UCLA, and I became a sociologist. Retired in 2019 after 10 years with the U.S. national team and playing a World Cup. I often reflected that the best talent in Santa Ana was not chasing their soccer dream. My brother, myself, my brother who played at UC Irvine, sister who played at UCLA and won a national championship, now plays with Tigres, brother-in-law Frankie, who was the first pick in 2019 and plays at LAFC, founded this academy to bridge the gap that we've seen in Santa Ana for 30 plus years. We are recognized globally, and we do business as Albion SC Santa Ana. We play at the highest platforms. We have 9 alumni playing in Division I programs, 21 players in junior colleges ready to make the transfer. In the last 2 years, we offered $206,000 in scholarships to our community. We do charge because we employ world-class coaches who are licensed, life-scanned, and safe-sported. We pay for expensive fields, and we pay high fees to compete in the top leagues. Our annual fees are $2,500 a year or less. Our neighboring cities charge $4,000 and north of $4,000. Myself and our founders make exactly $0 from our program. Now, I heard last city council meeting real concerns about access to fields. Securing fields is one of the top issues in youth soccer in Santa Ana. They have an issue with that, and we have that same issue. We're proud to put Santa Ana soccer on the world stage, and we will continue to do so. Thank you for your time.
The next three speakers, David Arvizu, Ruben Lemus, Andy Morales. You can come up in any order. Please state your name at the microphone.
Madam City Clerk, can you read the names again, please? I'm sorry,
Yes,
hold on.
David Arvizu, Ruben Lemus, and Andy Morales.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is David Arvizu. I'm the Director of Coaches and Soccer Operations for La Academia in Albion, Santa Ana. I was born and raised in the soccer field of Santa Ana as an ex-U.S. Under-17 and U-20 Youth National Team player and former Under-17 World Cup player representing the U.S. and former MLS professional player. I was blessed to have played for teams like New York Red Bulls and Chivas USA. Here is a little background of my soccer journey and how I was a pioneer that broke the cycle to seek opportunities that would bless me through my soccer journey. I started playing soccer at 4 years of age with Super Antojitos. After 4 years, I was given an opportunity to try out in club soccer, where I was introduced to a whole new world of soccer in a professional environment surrounded by professional coaches that would turn out to be vital in my development. However, this club, Pateadores, was based out of Mission Viejo. Therefore, my dad had to drive 45 minutes to get me to practice 3 days a week, plus travel games and tournaments in the weekends. I was fortunate that the club saw something special in me, and I received a financial scholarship to allow me to pursue my dream of becoming a collegiate and/or a professional soccer player. Long story short, I had to seek professional coaching and development outside of Santa Ana. If I were to have any real opportunity to play in a Division I college program or to one day play as a professional soccer player. Here at Albion SC Santa Ana La Academia, our passion and vision is for players in our community and city of Santa Ana to have opportunities on a national platform, stages such as the Elite Academy League, and soon we hope MLS Next can be part of our platforms to develop and seek exposure that will help our players reach their goals and dreams. We have licensed coaches and, even more importantly, tremendous role models to help our players not just become great soccer players, but exceptional human beings. We look to develop winners, not just on the field, but in life.
David, your time is up.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Ruben, followed by Andy Morales and Alejandro Licea.
Good evening. My name is Ruben Limas. I live in Santa Ana for the last 25 years. And I have a privilege of serving as a head coach for Santa Ana Albion, boys 2008 and 2011 soccer teams. Soccer has been a big part of my life for the last 35 years. Throughout that time, I had the opportunity to coach at every level, from like AYSO all the way to semi-professional teams. For the past 15 years, I dedicated myself to coaching youth soccer here in Orange County. One of the main reasons I chose to join Albion Santa Ana is my commitment to giving back to the community. Growing up, I never had the opportunity to participate in a club soccer because there was no local programs available. Traveling to another city was not an option for my family due to financial limitation, and that experience has always stayed with me. At Albion Santa Ana, our mission goes beyond the game. We focus on developing not only players' athletic abilities, but also self-confidence, resilience, teamwork, and leadership skills. Our ultimate goal is to help young athletes reach their full potential on the field, in the classroom, and in life. Thank you.
Andy Morales, followed by Alejandro Licea and Noel Arvizu.
Hi, good afternoon, council members, Mayor. My name is Andy Morales. I'm a volunteer coach and a parent with
Can
the
you speak into the mic, please?
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
I am a volunteer coach and a parent also with the U6 and the U8 team. I was raised in Santa Ana. I went to Jefferson Elementary. I went to McFadden Intermediate. Currently, my team is playing. We're playing playoffs this weekend. We're really excited. The team is doing really good. I come here today to speak on behalf of my family and as a coach of the over 40 kids that I'm overseeing. I've seen these kids grow mentally, physically, and emotionally over the last 2 years since I've been involved with La Academia. Why La Academia, you might ask? La Academia has a great vision, and it is a very ambitious organization that's looking to put Santa Ana on the global map. I was in another team, and I wasn't content with what they had to offer. I wanted more for my kids. I have strong values, and I have a relentless work ethic, and that is something that I saw in La Academia when I went to the parent meeting. And when they were looking to put a team together, I jumped at the opportunity, and also I wanted to be a part of the organization. Since then, they've hosted tours at UCLA. They've gotten to watch Real Madrid train at a private training session. We've had the SoFi experience and the Rose Bowl experience, which lets the kids play on the soccer fields, and this was all for free. And yes, many have spoken about their connections, and that's the reason why we could do so much. But that isn't necessarily a bad thing. They put time, effort, sweat, blood, and tears into being blessed with those connections, and that's because good people attract others. Overall, the message that I want to relay to everyone is that La Academia is here to service everyone in the community, regardless of income levels. It doesn't discriminate, and it isn't pushing anyone out. All of my kids, and yes, I call them my kids because I yell at them, I scream at them, and I just have, good conversations with them. Well, we're so good, we are so good at what we do that we are attracting families from
Andy,
other
your
cities.
time is up.
Thank you so much, guys.
Alejandro Licea, Noel Arvizu, and Juan Lopez.
Hola, mi nombre es Alejandro Licea. Tengo viviendo en Santana por casi 30 años, donde estudié y jugué en high school y algunos años en colegio. Tuve la oportunidad de jugar profesionalmente en México algunos años, también sin olvidar que también jugué en muchas ligas locales de Santana. Y menciono todo esto porque nunca había visto un programa como la Academia Albion que diera la oportunidad de poder ayudar académica y deportivamente a niños de Santana y sus alrededores. Y eso es lo que ofrece la Academia, poder guiar, aconsejar a padres y niños de lo que pueden lograr con el estudio y deporte. Como coach de la Academia, eso es lo que tratamos de inculcarle a los niños. Cabe mencionar que la familia Reyes son gente preparada y que tuvieron la oportunidad de, por medio del fútbol, tener estudios en reconocidas universidades, al igual que su hermana Mari Carmen y Frankie Amaya, que son modelos para nuestros hijos, y vean en ellos que sí se pueden lograr grandes cosas con la ayuda y consejos adecuados de gente como los Reyes y los entrenadores que pertenecen a la Academia Albion, y que muchos de ellos han pasado por todo eso. También con el proyecto de la Academia se quiere poner el nombre de Santana en alto, trayendo partidos de alto nivel para que vean que en nuestra ciudad hay niños con talento que pueden competir a niveles altos. Mencionaron que la familia Reyes quería usar la imagen de su hermana para sacar provecho y ventaja, pero para mí como papá, yo veo a Mari Carmen como un modelo para mi hija y muchas niñas, y vean que las cosas que pueden lograr, y para que después con orgullo esos niños digan, I'm just a kid from Santana. Vamos, la Academia.
If you could just wait a moment, please.
No worries.
My name is Alejandro Diceo. I've been in Santa Ana for over about 30 years, and I played soccer in high school and some in college. I also played in Mexico for some years, and I also played in local Santa Ana leagues. And I mention all this because I have never seen, in all this experience, I have never seen a program like La Academia that is helping children in Santa Ana. La Academia does this. They coach and they help and they counsel parents and children on how to be better. The coaches instill these in the children. The Reyes family is well prepared and educated, and they're ready for in soccer and in other studies, international studies. And the sister Mari Carmen and brother Frank, they're helping the children. The Reyes family is helping coaches, and La Academia wants Santa Ana to be put on the map and Santa Ana to do better. They're trying to bring games so that they elevate the game and that they can showcase the talented children, the children who are talented into this higher levels. And they're saying that the Reyes family wants to use the sister's image, but I don't think so. I think Mari Carmen's image, or Mari Carmen is a role model for children, and that it shows the children what they can do, and they can say in the world stage, I'm just a kid from Santa Ana. Let's go La Academia.
Hi, my name is Noel Arvizu. I'm born and raised here in Santa Ana. I've been here my whole life. I've played through my whole youth career through Centennial Park, Carr Middle School, and I've also had the privilege of playing at Santa Ana College. I am a homegrown player from the city, and my journey has shaped me why I stand here today. The families you see here fighting for these fields are fighting for opportunity, not just in soccer, but in life. Without access to programs like ours, many kids risk going through the same flawed, money-driven system that leave them behind. They risk missing out on opportunities to earn a higher college education or play sports even at a junior college or university levels. I know this because I've seen it. I've seen it as a player growing up, where unfortunately in the last 15, 20 years, I felt like I was flawed through the system. And you're only looked at when it benefits a certain person or a certain group. Unfortunately, I've been a part of these organizations growing up, where I've even had to sign a contract where it says if you were to go higher than what you should, you'd be giving a certain percentage. And outside of Santa Ana, I've never, ever had to sign any type of contract where I had to give my own earnings away to anybody else. I've also worked in Santa Ana High School for about 2 years. And I'll be quite frank there, we don't get paid year round. I get paid there during the season. Everything else, I do it out of myself. I do it out of the kids of Santa Ana because I know what it's like. And the reality is this, we don't charge families to sit in the stands and watch their kids play like others do. We don't use kids for financial gain. We invest in them. The same individuals criticizing us today have benefited from our platform, and they've sent their own kids to our own program. They've
No,
even
your
come
time
out.
is up.
Oof, thank you so much.
The next three speakers, Juan Lopez, Pedro Magallon, and Melissa Aberto.
Good evening, council members, and good evening, Mayor Mezcua. My name is Juan Lopez. I had lived here in Santa Ana for over 40 years. I went to elementary here, junior high school. I also attended Santa Ana College. So although I wasn't born here, I probably consider myself Santanero. For the past 3 years, I had the privilege of serving as a volunteer coach with La Academia. I joined because I deeply believe in their mission, using the sport of soccer as a vehicle to encourage education and promote higher achievement for our youth. And contrary to what some might think, La Academia offers the best of both worlds. One side, we have the recreational program where kids learn the fundamentals of soccer in a supportive environment. On the other hand, we are partnership with Albion Santana. We provide a competitive pathway for those who want to grow and challenge themselves at a higher level. To my knowledge, no other organization in Santana offers this unique combination. So just like the founders of La Academia, we are Santana.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I am so proud to be here today because 17, 20 years ago, I was fighting for the people talking because they didn't have nowhere to practice. We didn't have nothing to do with, I started Santa Ana Youth Soccer Association when they were little, when they were 5, 6 years old. Now, we're not here against La Academia. We're not here against any program. We're here against due process. We're here for you guys to give the fields equitably, to give everybody the chance to do their programs. We could all exist. I will steal a quote from Mr. Reyes that says, el fútbol es como el sol y sale para todos. And we are that. I did. I brought the Mexican national team, the U17 national team, to play here in Santa Ana, where a lot of the people that spoke today, we're playing that game. We're all about Santa Ana. We want Santa Ana to grow. We just don't want to lose the opportunities. Back then, there was only baseball fields. We played on baseball fields and we practiced on baseball fields. And I'm part, and I get very emotional when I fought for Centennial to grow, to have artificial turf. We went out there. We got grants. We fought for grants. The only thing we're asking this council is to keep it fair. That's all. We're not saying get rid of them. We're not saying that MLS Next, I could give you an hour or two of what I think of MLS Next because it's not what they say it is. But it has nothing to do with them. Just be fair on how you distribute the fields and don't do shady stuff. Leave it up to the public. Wherever parents are going to take their kids, wherever they're going to take. But the reason why they're all here successful is because we fought for them many, many years ago so they could have opportunities. So yes, we are all Santa Ana. Thank you so much.
The next three speakers, Melissa Alberto, Brian Leos, Victor Balderas.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Melissa. I reside on Ward 4, and I'm here representing Team 90 League. La Academia / Albion stated in a post they put out saying, Santa Ana deserves better than seeing adults tearing each other down. Let's make it clear. It is not adults tearing each other down. It is your organization tearing many kids in this community apart. This is a form of gentrification. The children of this community are being gentrified. Soccer isn't just a sport. To a lot of these families, it's their tradition and it's part of their culture. La Academia / Albion also mentioned soccer has evolved and La Academia is addressing gaps that our city has faced for decades. To the founders of La Academia, please stop microaggressing this community. Don't forget where you came from. And to David Peñalosa, this community will not rest until we make sure you're not elected for state assembly. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and all City Council members. My name is Brian Leos. I reside in Ward 4. I am also a coach. I am also an SAUSD graduate, class of 2024. I would like to share a video of why everything MLS is wrong. Please listen.
Años de jugar en México, cuidado. Puede ser que le estén cerrando las puertas. Tú no lo sabes y todo esto por algo llamado pasaporte deportivo. El pasaporte deportivo es el historial oficial de todos los clubes en los que ha participado un jugador de los 12 a los 23 años. FIFA lo usa para ver quién forma al jugador y quién puede recibir compensación monetaria. Todo esto si llega a jugar profesional o si quiere jugar en el extranjero. Algo que muchas familias no saben cuando su hijo juega en MLS Next es que al estar registrado, aunque sea un equipo independiente, queda dentro del sistema en donde puede entrar en este sistema de compensación. Así que si tu hijo quiere jugar en México a los 16, 17, 18 años, ese club puede exigir un pago por haberlo tenido en la plantilla. ¿Y qué pasa si el club mexicano no quiere pagar? Se te cierra la puerta, no te van a poder registrar. Y el sueño se puede trabar por dinero que tú ni sabías que se debía. Ya ha pasado a varios jugadores, se les ha parado el registro en México por haber participado en ligas mayores como la MLS Next. Antes de decidir en dónde jugar, tienes que informarte. Lo que hoy parece una gran oportunidad, mañana puede ser un obstáculo para tu carrera futbolística. Esto se llama pasaporte deportivo y pocos lo explican. Compártelo con padres y jugadores que crees que necesitan esta información. La decisión correcta hoy puede cambiar el futuro de tu hijo mañana.
Thank you for listening.
So, I'm sorry. So, just so it can be on the record, if you could email that to the clerk so that we can make sure that it's on the record, because I know I couldn't hear. So if you could please, thank you. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Next speakers, Victor Balderas, Jose Ortiz, Luis Roman.
If your name's been called, please come down.
Victor Balderas, Jose Ortiz, Luis Roman.
Come down, doesn't matter.
Come on,
just come on down.
Hello, my name's Jose Ortiz. First of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to talk and let me tell people what La Academia is all about. I myself was one of those kids playing Sunday leagues, playing registration, playing uniform, playing ref fees, with no coaching at all or not the proper coaching. I got good coaching until I went to college. By the way, I went to high school here in Santa Ana and then college here in Santa Ana. I believe Santa Ana has been and still is the mecca of soccer in Orange County. La Academia has professional coaches. Some coaches have lived in Europe, like Oscar Reyes prepared himself in Europe to come and help kids here in Santa Ana. And others like myself have played here in the US and in Mexico. La Academia is only using soccer as a vehicle to take as many kids as we can to college and have a degree to live a better life than us parents. I'm not asking the city to take away soccer fields from anybody. All I'm asking is to divide the soccer fields equally for everybody. Every kid in Santa Ana has a chance to play for La Academia. There's financial aid for those who qualified. So everyone here in Santa Ana has a fair chance to get trained the proper way and succeed not only in soccer but in life. Those leagues that have been around 20, 30, or 40 years, like they said, what have they done for the kids from Santa Ana? So don't lie to parents. Be honest, and I would say God is good to all of us. Thank you.
Dear Mayor, esteemed council members, my name is Luis Roman. My son is a player at La Academia Albion Group. I was a longtime resident of Santa Ana from 1977, over 48 years, a product of the city of Santa Ana school system. I graduated from Saddleback High School, Rancho Santiago, aka Santa Ana College now, and graduated from Cal State Fullerton. A large portion of my family still resides in the city and in the neighborhoods of Delhi and Southeast. We have family friends that own several businesses in the city, and some are members of the Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to ask the support of the council for La Academia Group, a nonprofit organization that is providing youth the opportunity to play soccer at a high level while also providing tools, workshops that help the youth enter universities and college academically or via athletics. The Reyes brothers and the Arvizo brothers have built a program that helps our youth find a path to college by providing tools and opportunities. These tools consist of clinics on how to create a path towards college, how to apply for college, setting up visits to campuses such as UCLA, meetings with coaches and helping them navigate NCAA rules. Also having a dedicated director for college acceptance, Brian Woods, former college coach for UCI. Okay, in my experience growing up playing sports in the city, I have not seen a complete program like the Academia Albion Group has put together. Although young in its inception, it is creating opportunities for our youth, and I look forward to a bright future with La Academia. There's plenty of room for all the groups, and we hope that you not only support La Academia, but you also support the other groups here representing their interests. Thank you so much.
Next three speakers, Israel R., Noe Ariola, Victoria Diego.
Madam Clerk, can you call them again and have the other three line up, please?
So Israel R., Noe Ariola, Victoria Diego. After that will be Tommy Fernandez and Yumiko Hiramoto. Israel?
Noé. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Noé Arriola. Soy residente de Santana. Tengo 3 hijos jugando en la academia. Ya jugó uno que ya se graduó, está yendo al colegio. Tenemos 4 años con la academia, 4 o 5 años. La academia es una organización que ayuda mucho a los niños y a niñas. No solamente se enfoca en el fútbol, sino también en lo académico. Es un puente para ayudar a los estudiantes a abrir sus ojos a lo que realmente quieren hacer cuando son adultos, cuando llegan a ser adultos, y para motivarlos a seguir estudiando y ser alguien importante en sus vidas. Y a los adultos los motiva y los ayuda para que universidades o colegios los recluten. La academia no quiere afectar ni atacar y mucho menos hacer daño a nadie. Y no lo ha hecho. Solo quiere seguir haciendo lo que le gusta, ayudar a los niños. Yo confío 100% en la academia y sé que mis hijos están en una organización buena. Hace 3 años, el equipo de la academia iba a viajar a Florida. En ese tiempo teníamos que pagar una buena cantidad nosotros para los gastos. ¿Qué hizo Oscar? Oscar Reyes se movió, empezó a picar piedras y hasta que agarró un sponsor. Si él realmente le hubiera importado el dinero, él no nos hubiera dicho nada, que agarró el sponsor de la casa que agarró y los gastos, y él simplemente se hubiera guardado ese dinero, que era una cantidad grande. Pero realmente, ¿qué fue lo que hizo? Al siguiente día, los 2 días, nos mandó un email y nos dijo, todo está pagado. Lo único que tienen que hacer es pagar su comida. Realmente yo creo que Oscar Reyes y Jorge Reyes están haciendo un buen trabajo. Muchas gracias a todos.
Good evening. My name is Noé Arriola. I've been a Santa Ana resident for many years. I have 3 kids from Santa Ana, one who graduated from college. Been with La Academia 4 or 5 years, and they help boys and girls. And it's not just about soccer. They help them with academics as well. They're a bridge for the adults to get motivated. They motivate their kids to be better in life, to be someone in life, and for the adults to be recruited into soccer. La Academia does not want to do harm. They don't want to attack. They don't want to go after anybody. They just want to help children. I trust La Academia fully, and the children are supported there. They're a very good organization. About 3 years ago, La Academia was going to go to Florida, and they said we have to pay this much money, but some of us didn't have the money, and Oscar Reyes got to work and got a sponsor, and he didn't. If he was not a good person, he would not have said anything about the money that he got this sponsor. He might have kept the money and not say anything. But what did he do? A couple days later, he said everything had been paid. We just have to come up with food for the money. So Oscar Reyes and Jorge Reyes are good people, and they're doing good things for the community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Victoria Diego. My husband Aaron and I grew up going to school and playing sports in Santa Ana, Aaron specifically playing soccer. Our daughters, Emma and Kelly, have followed in their dad's footsteps playing soccer and now play for La Academia U4 and U10. Kelly, our oldest, is also a player for Albion SC Santa Ana, and I'm here today to say thank you for our rec and club program. For Emma, the program has brought ability to learn a new skill outside of a school setting and make new friends with Coach Mari, who is beyond amazing. The talent our U4 team has is incredible to see each weekend out on the field. For my 11-year-old, the program has done more than just improve her soccer abilities. Alongside her coaches, Alex Juan and Coach Reyes, she has learned leadership skills, becoming co-captain, gained self-confidence, and has come around to the idea of being capable of going to college. You see, Callie wants to be a police officer in our city of Santa Ana and has always thought college wasn't needed. But now she's excited for the idea of a university aside from a soccer program. And that's more than I can ask for from any program or sport. The hard work and dedication her and her teammates are putting in is admirable. These girls go out and represent Santa Ana with their heads held high, even when outside spectators doubt them. They're a team to watch. Now, with all that being said, the program La Academia is setting the example for what our city needs: growth, opportunity, and a chance. The youth of Santa Ana needs to know with hard work and the right pathway, the possibilities are endless. I'm grateful my family gets to be a part of what the city needs. We are La Academia and we are Santa Ana. Thank you.
Hola, soy Israel. Quiero expresar mi opinión como parte de la comunidad y escribí esto. Los parques son de la comunidad, pero las canchas de fútbol no. Esas las controlan las ligas de Santa Ana. Esas ligas no hacen nada para llevar el fútbol a otro nivel. Deseamos tener un club aquí que nos llevara a torneos grandes, que participáramos donde nuestros niños son evaluados por profesionales, que fueran entrenados por coaches profesionales. Ahora ha llegado el momento, hay que apoyar este club, este club que representa a Santa Ana en otros estados, donde vamos con orgullo diciendo que venimos de Santa Ana. Ha llegado el momento, es hora de apoyarlos. Tendremos jugadores profesionales en un futuro. No tengan miedo al cambio. Esas ligas ya tuvieron su oportunidad por 40 años. Ellos lo han dicho en entrevistas y no han hecho nada para elevar el fútbol a otro nivel. Gracias.
Hi, my name is Israel, and I wrote this. I want to express my opinion as part of the community. The parks belong to the community, but the soccer fields do not. They are controlled by the Santa Ana leagues. These leagues don't do anything to take soccer to the next level. We wanted to have a club here, a club that would take us to bigger tournaments where we can participate, our children can participate, and they are assessed by professionals, that they are trained by professional coaches. And now the time has come. We have to support the club that represents this city in other states. And we want to have professional players in the future. Don't be afraid of change. These leagues had their opportunity for over 40 years. Don't be afraid of change.
The next speakers will be Tommy Fernandez, Yumiko Hiramoto, Giovanni S., and Jorge Rodriguez. You can go ahead, Tommy.
Good evening. My name is Tommy Fernandez. First of all, I want to leave it clear. We are not against La Academia. They have a good program. We're against the due process. Mr. Oscar Reyes, a few minutes ago, he said he wants to secure the fields. Perfect. He knows the right way to do it. Go to Parks and Rec, fill out your application like everyone else. Please do not take advantage of friends and politics to try to secure your fields. Why do I say this? On August 19, during his closing statement, Councilmember Peñalosa admitted that when La Academia, Albion Santana presented him their project, he thought it was a great idea. Even though a few seconds later, he admitted he doesn't know much about soccer. Also, the same night, Mr. Peñalosa clearly admitted that he was the middleman between La Academia and Mr. Alvaro Núñez, our city manager, to do meetings. We know there were a lot of meetings. We also know there were a lot of emails. And California Public Records Act, CPRA, allows any person to obtain copies of those records related to public business. Agencies must respond to that within 10 days. We submitted a formal CPRA, and we received a big box of nothing. California Public Records Act allows us to know. There's nothing to hide, correct? Madam Attorney, please respectfully enlighten us if I'm saying this wrong. Also, California Ralph M. Brown Act, which is the open meeting law, on Government Code 54950. Why the act exists? To ensure transparency, and we are demanding transparency. Code Government 54953, meetings must be open to the public, not in secret. Government Code 960 explains that any violation can be challenged, corrected, or voided. Here in my hands, I have a copy, a post from people from La Academia where they say how much money they charge. They're bragging about it, and they know it's a profitable business.
Tommy,
they
your time
clearly
is
know
up.
it. Thank you.
Yumiko, followed by Giovanni, Jorge Rodriguez, and Antonio Cielo.
Buenas noches. Hoy hablo como ciudadana que exige transparencia, legalidad y respeto al Brown Act de California. El Brown Act, en sus artículos 54.950, 54.953 y 54.954.2, establece claramente que todas las negociaciones y decisiones que afectan a la comunidad deben realizarse públicamente en agenda y con aviso previo a los ciudadanos. Lo que vemos aquí es lo contrario, reuniones privadas entre el City Manager, el concejal Peñalosa y Oscar Reyes, quien maneja el club Albion Santana, disfrazando un negocio privado como si fuera un programa juvenil, introduciendo a la MLS Next a la ciudad de Santana. Todos sabemos que Albion ya tiene vínculos con la MLS Next y que la intención real es insertar este programa en Santana, privatizando nuestras canchas y cerrando el acceso libre a la comunidad. Mis preguntas para ellos serían las siguientes. Si Albion y la MLS Next tienen tanto dinero y éxito, ¿por qué no invierten en instalaciones privadas con su propio dinero? ¿Por qué quieren privatizar las canchas de Santa Ana, que son públicas? ¿Y quiénes son los funcionarios que se van a beneficiar de estas negociaciones? Hoy pedimos que la ciudadanía se entere de estas maniobras y que todo acuerdo o negociación se haga público y en agenda, porque cualquier decisión tomada en privado puede ser impugnada y anulada conforme al artículo 54.960 del Brown Act. Y desde aquí hago un llamado a los demás concejales que no se han prestado a esta negociación, así como a los supervisores del condado de Orange y todos los miembros de la comunicación. Necesitamos su apoyo para defender a Santana, sus jóvenes y sus canchas públicas. Estas canchas no son propiedad de Albion, son de la comunidad, construidas por nuestras ligas y con impuestos de los ciudadanos. El pueblo de Santana está mirando y no vamos a permitir que el futuro de nuestros jóvenes sea entregado en negociaciones privadas disfrazadas de programas de élite que solo benefician a unos cuantos. Muchas gracias.
Good evening. Tonight I speak as a citizen demanding transparency, legality, and respect for California's Brown Act. The Brown Act in sections 54.950, 54.953, and 54.954.2 clearly states that all negotiations and decisions affecting the community must be conducted publicly, placed on the agenda, and announced in advance to the citizens. What we see here is the opposite. Private meetings between the city manager, Councilmember Peñalosa, and Oscar Reyes, who run the Albion Santa Ana Club, disguising a private business as if it were a youth program, while introducing MLS Next into the city of Santa Ana. We all know that Albion already has ties with MLS Next, and the real intention is to insert that program into Santa Ana, privatizing our fields and shutting off free access to the community. My questions to them are as follows. If Albion and MLS Next have so much money and success, why don't they invest in private facilities with their own funds? Why do they want to privatize Santa Ana's public fields? Which officials stand to benefit from these negotiations? Today, we ask that the public be fully informed of these maneuvers and that any agreement or negotiation be conducted openly and on the agenda, because any decision made in private can be challenged and nullified under Section 54.960 of the Brown Act. From here, I call on the rest of the council members who have not engaged in these negotiations, as well as the Orange County supervisors and the media. We need your support to defend Santa Ana, its youth, and its public fields. These fields do not belong to Albion. They belong to the community, built by our leagues and with the tax dollars of our citizens. The people of Santa Ana are watching, and we will not allow the future of our youth to be handed over in private deals disguised as elite programs that only benefit a few. Thank you very much.
The next speakers, Giovanni S., Jorge Rodriguez, Antonio Cielo, Marisela Ortiz.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Jorge Rodríguez. No estamos aquí en contra de la academia, estamos en contra de los procesos que en la manera como ellos han obtenido las canchas. Lo que ellos hacen del AVSCAN, licencia, nosotros eso ya lo hacemos no por 1 año ni 2 años, lo tenemos haciendo ya por más de 10 años. La manera en como a ellos se les están asignando las canchas no es el adecuado. Ahora, ellos reportan 150 niños residentes de Santana. Aquí no hay ni 40 niños. ¿Dónde están esos 150 niños que ellos dicen que reportan? Que son de la ciudad de Santana. Ahora bien, lo que ellos están prometiendo, nosotros ya lo hacemos. Nosotros les damos la oportunidad a muchos niños. Tenemos muchos que hemos apoyado y hemos ayudado para que tengan un mejor futuro. Ahora, el ser profesional, un jugador profesional tiene la carrera de 10 años. Después de 10 años, ¿qué hacen? No hacen nada. Nosotros promovemos que vayan a un colegio, una universidad también. ¿Sí? Porque tienen más vida para que ellos usen su talento en agarrar un scholarship. Si no son muy buenos en la escuela, que vayan a un colegio comunitario, que agarren una licencia de plomero, electricista, alguna otra manera de vivir. Pero la manera de ser jugador profesional creo que no es la adecuada y es muy corta esa carrera. Gracias.
Good evening, my name is Jorge Rodriguez, and I'm not here to be or talk against La Academia. I'm talking about the process that they have. We have the same live scan process, and we have not been doing it for 2 or 3 years. We've been doing it for over 10 years, and the fields are not the problem. Is how they are, the process for acquiring the fields, that is a problem. Now, they say that the report that they have about 150 kids from Santa Ana, but here there are probably less than 40 are here. So where are these kids that are supposedly from Santa Ana? So they promise some things, but we do the same things. We help lots of kids and support them to go to get to a better place, to better education. When you have a professional soccer player, their career is probably about 10 years only. So what happens after that? We encourage our kids to go to college or university to get a better life, to be prepared for life, to develop their other talents, maybe get a scholarship, maybe become a plumber or electrician or something like that. So a professional soccer player's career is too short. Thank you very much.
Giovanni S., Antonio Cielo, Marisela Ortiz, Julian Flores. Marisela? Come forward. After Marisela, Bruce Senator, and David Pulido.
La Academia kids matter. Their lives matter. They're the community. They're the pueblo. La Academia gives kids a chance to be part of a team, a family, and provides opportunity to build confidence and character. Soccer is for everyone. It teaches us about hard work, teamwork, and resilience. La Academia has a recreational and a club team that is affordable. La Academia encourages every player and makes sure that every child feels valued because of what we do, the Academia builds. La Academia made time for a free college night to inform parents on how to enroll their kids in college and what to look for as a soccer player. If it's not for soccer, then they were teaching them what are the other opportunities. My parents never had the opportunity to inform me what to do after high school. I didn't go to college because I was first generation. And these parents had the opportunity and were able to be guided by Oscar Reyes and the siblings to enroll in how to enroll in college. I also want to give some time to Mari Carmen. I have her on the phone if that's okay. Hold on.
Mayor, I'd just like to mention that it has not usually been our practice to allow presentations that involve audio
Yeah,
or
that's what I was
pictures.
going to ask you about, Madam
But
Attorney.
I know that this is a different
Can you
type
stop
of
the
hearing.
clock,
and-
Madam Clerk, please?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Just because we can't authenticate where that's coming from, and it's being represented as part of the public, up to you and the council whether you want to do that. I'm a little bit concerned about representation. Perhaps they can give you the link, if you could send it to us, and then we can distribute to all the council members. I think that's what you
Right,
had
that's what I had
recommended.
indicated earlier when the young man had the video. So if you could just give it to the city clerk's, email it in, and then we could hear what she has to say. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much. We appreciate her
Thank you very
trying,
much.
but
I hope you understand,
thank
but if we
you.
do that for one, we'd have to do it for everybody.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Understood.
So moving forward, there's no more audio. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Thank you. Go ahead, come on up.
Hi, my name is Julian Flores and I'm 11 years old. I live here in Santa Ana. I play soccer with Albion Santa Ana and I'm really proud to wear this jersey and represent my city. Soccer is my favorite thing to do. It makes me happy. I've learned how to work hard and be a good teammate. I like that my club is here in Santa Ana because I don't have to travel far to get good training. I get to practice close to home. It helps me chase my dreams of becoming a better soccer player. What matters most to me is having a reliable field where my team can practice and play. It's important to me that our practice stay here in our city so we could keep growing as players while representing Santa Ana. I'm proud that La Academia and Albion Santa Ana represent the city, and I hope I can keep representing Santa Ana in every time I step on the field. Thank you for listening.
The next speakers, Bruce Senator, David Pulido, Erica Armenta, and Abraham Q.
Can you please line up if she's called your name? Please, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. Okay, I'm Bruce Senator, and I came back again on a number of issues.
Can you speak into the mic so we can't hear you?
As I normally do, I submitted them to you online before coming tonight. And I just wanted to talk on some of the more important ones. On the soccer field issue, in our building, we have a tenant that does screen printing, and he happened to print something up for a family, and so I asked permission from the family that I'd be able to get a copy and bring it here. And this is what they produce for their daughter. This is her in her soccer uniform. What the families are saying to you. When they were here last time, they weren't voicing their concern. They're not voicing their concern here tonight. They're pleading with you not to harm their families. As I said last time, in this community, especially the Hispanic community, soccer and sports are a fabric of the community. Do anything to undermine that fabric, unwind this community. They went through hell in COVID. They went through hell through inflationary after COVID. They're going through hell now with the terror of Trump. You do anything to undermine the fabric of this community, and it's really going to create a scar that we can't afford. Another issue I want to bring up is, as you know, I'm a volunteer at Delhi. One of the things we do there is we do food pantry distribution. We get food from Second Harvest on Mondays, and then after that, we go run around and we do what's called food rescue. What Delhi needs is if somebody could find a used refrigerated, like a box truck or a van, that they could use in running around to Costco and Sprouts and so forth and get this food, put it in a refrigerated van, bring it back to Delhi where they inspect it, sort it, and put it in refrigerators and freezers, for then we distribute it again on Wednesdays. So
Bruce,
if
your time
anyone
is
in
up.
the city can find something like that.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you so very much.
Before I begin, I have a question. Is there a technical
Madam
reason?
Clerk, start the clock, please. Thank you.
No. Is this protected speech? Can I
Sir,
can I
keep,
show
go
this?
ahead with your comments.
Okay, well, I will take my time. Reset the time, please. Reset the time, please. Are you kidding me? My name is David Polito. I'm a resident of Ward 5 and a member of CSO Orange County's Police Accountability Committee. This month, I spoke with members of United Club Soccer League and Jam Sports League. CSO supports the families in this chamber today who are demanding fair access to soccer fields in Centennial Park. Working class Chicanos, Santaneros, Latinos should not be priced out of access to publicly funded spaces. Santa Ana is not for sale. Now, I'm here to demand justice for Noe Rodriguez. Noe was killed by Santa Ana police officers Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra on December 1st, 2024. We are here to demand that City Manager Alvaro Nunez fire those officers immediately. Immediately. Noe Rodriguez was a 31-year-old farm worker and resident of Santa Ana, a loving father of 2 daughters, aged 7 and 9, and the husband of Erika Armenta, a member of CSO Orange County who has shared her testimony here many times. Noe was suffering from hallucinations, but he has not had a history of violence. He was doing nothing wrong. He was simply standing motionless against the wall of Casalina furniture holding a toy plastic gun that the police have only released a short video of, so we can't verify exactly what it is, but they verified it was a replica gun that could not fire. Now, the officers gave only 26 seconds for Noe to respond to 3 English commands before they blew him away. They shot 29 bullets at him, and then they delayed medical attention for over 10 minutes, and he bled out there in the street. Now, the moment, pardon me. Both officers lied about the incident. They claimed that Noe was waving the gun around, pointing it at them. These are lies disproved by their own body camera footage. Both officers lied about how many bullets they shot. They fired 29 bullets, 18 and 11. Isaac Ibarra left out the last 3 that he shot as Noe was falling to the ground. Now, since then, they've killed another man, Henry Gonzalez Jr.
David, your time is up.
Your time is up, sir.
15-year-old minor.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your time is
up. If you are
up.
hard to do that, you must remove these
Sir,
officers.
your
before they kill
time
again.
is up.
They've already killed. What are you going to do?
I will have to ask them to escort you out. Sir, your time is up.
You're going to use your power to oppress me because you can't do this?
Your time is up. Please, you're disrupting the meeting. We'd like to get business in.
Because your camera
Sir,
person didn't want to
your
show
time is up. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The next speakers, Erika Armenta, Abraham Q, Jocelyn P, Tanya Nava.
Mi nombre es Erika Armenta, soy una familia afectada por la brutalidad policial y exceso de fuerza letal innecesaria por parte de los policías Luis Casillas e Isaac Ibarra, que asesinaron a mi esposo Noé Rodríguez el 1 de diciembre de 2024. Sin ninguna restricción, a sangre fría dispararon mortalmente cerca de 30 balazos a Noé, quien se encontraba desarmado con un objeto en sus manos en una crisis mental. Los oficiales le dieron instrucciones en inglés y él solo hablaba español. Le dispararon a los pocos segundos de su encuentro. Casillas descargó su arma sobre Noé y recargando de nuevo y volviendo a disparar. Y del otro lado Ibarra disparando y continuando 3 veces más cuando Noé estaba colapsando. Luis Casillas estuvo involucrado en otra muerte al mes siguiente de quitarle la vida a Noé. Por mismo motivo, no intentar minimizar la situación y usar fuerza mortal. Incluso estuvo involucrado en una golpiza a un niño de 15 años el día 9 de junio sin medir fuerza ni tener ningún remordimiento por sus acciones pasadas y su comportamiento, ni ningún temor de rendir cuentas. Él sigue trabajando, patrullando nuestras calles como si nada pasó. Por eso mismo estoy aquí, pasando 9 meses desde que le arrebataron la vida a mi esposo. Y al parecer Luis Casillas e Isaac Ibarra están tranquilos de que resultarán absueltos de haberle quitado la vida. Se sienten protegidos. Se supone que cada bala debe ser justificada, pero ¿cómo van a justificar 30 balas a un hombre desarmado que solo caminaba con un objeto en sus manos? 30 balas es absurdo, no fue un accidente, fue un asesinato a sangre fría. Vergüenza para el departamento de policía. La comunidad, mi familia y yo estamos tan preocupados de que este tipo de oficiales sigan en el departamento de policía. Por eso exigimos su inmediato despido y encarcelamiento y que la supervisión policial haga su trabajo para lo que fue hecha. Y sin más excusas se pongan a investigar de manera independiente.
Terminado.
Justicia para Noé Rodríguez.
My name is City Clerk, and my family was impacted by police brutality and unnecessary lethal force by the Santa Ana Police Department and officers Luis Casilla and Isaac Ibarra. They killed my husband, Noé Rodriguez, on December 1st, 2024, with no hesitation and in cold blood. They deadly fired almost 30 bullets at Noé, who was unarmed with an object in his hands and experiencing a mental health crisis. The officers only gave him orders in English, but my husband spoke Spanish. And because they did not attempt to communicate with him properly, they opened fire on him within seconds of arriving at the scene. Casillas fired all of the bullets in his gun and then reloaded. Ibarra also fired several shots of Noé, three of which while he was falling to the ground. Noé's cause of death, according to the forensic report, was multiple gunshot wounds. Luis Casillas was responsible for another death just 1 month after taking Noé's life for the same reason, failing to de-escalate the situation and excessive use of force. On June 9th, Casillas was involved in the beating of a 15-year-old boy without restraint of force and without remorse or accountability for his actions. Because we do not have any oversight of the police department, these officers are patrolling our streets as if nothing happened. That is why I am here more than 9 months after my husband's life was taken. Casillas and Ibarra have confidence that they will be absolved of any wrongdoing in Noé's killing, and we are led to believe that every bullet was justified. But how can you justify 30 gunshots at an unarmed man that was walking with an object in his hands? 30 bullets is absurd. What happened was not an accident, it was an intentional, cold-blooded killing. Shame on Santa Ana PD. The community and my family are extremely concerned that these kinds of officers continue to work for the department, which we are demanding that they are fired immediately and jailed. We are demanding that the Oversight Commission be allowed to do its job instead of waiting for more people to die at the hands of the police. And the people united will never be defeated. Justice for Noé Rodriguez.
Go ahead with your 2 minutes, please.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Abe. I live in Ward 3. I'm a member of Community Service Organization Orange County. I'm also here to support continuing demanding justice for Noé Rodriguez. CSO and the family of Noé have been protesting. We've been contacting your offices, especially you, Mr. City Manager, and we've been attending city meetings for months now, and we're going to continue to come and support the family of Noé Rodriguez until Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra are fired. I'm also here for item 30 on the agenda because we need a police oversight commission with the power of investigation to actually hold Santa Ana PD and officers like Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra accountable. The changes proposed in July are going to remove the commission's power to investigate misconduct. Instead, they'll only review sustained internal affairs investigations from Santa Ana PD. We're trusting the police to investigate themselves, and that's absurd. According to the California Department of Justice, between 2016 and 2022, only 3% of civilian complaints against Santa Ana PD were sustained. So making these changes, the changes proposed in July, would completely defeat the purpose of the commission. It also makes no sense to remove their power of investigation when they haven't had a chance to use it. They were established in 2022 and they've investigated exactly 0 cases. Talk to your own commissioners about that. CSO also came to the commission meeting last week, and members of the city attorney's office confirmed that the current ordinance is not in violation of state law. It does not violate POBAR. They were concerned that there could possibly be issues arising from dual investigations, which can be solved by having the oversight director and the SAPD internal affairs investigator do their interrogations at the same time. One system we should be looking to, as an example, is Chicago's Empowering Communities for Public Safety Ordinance passed in 2021. It created bodies like our commission, and it also created councils specifically in charge of getting public input on police policy and practices. In other words, Chicago is listening to the most impacted communities, listening to communities most impacted by over-policing, by police misconduct, and by police violence. And that's what we need to do. We need to listen
Abraham,
to
your time is up.
Your time is up,
being
sir.
most impacted.
Thank you so much. Your time is up.
Next speakers, Jocelyn P., Tanya Nava, Matthew Compton, Zuri.
Madam Clerk, can you state the names again because I couldn't hear them either.
Jocelyn P., Tanya Nava, Matthew Compton, and Zuri.
Thank you.
Hello, City Council. My name is Tanya Navarro, and I'm the organizing director at Chispa and a resident of Santa Ana. I'm joining many residents in opposing the ad hoc committee's recommendations, which would weaken our oversight commission by stripping away the very powers that make oversight meaningful. Across the country, oversight bodies are being dismantled. We cannot let Santa Ana become part of that trend. Chispa remains committed to a fully investigatory model that allows the commission to conduct independent investigations and make disciplinary recommendations. We understand the challenge of having a only part-time director, but that cannot be used as an excuse to dismantle core powers. At least half, if not the majority, of commissioners have already voiced opposition to the ad hoc amendments, stressing the importance of maintaining investigatory authority and the ability to recommend discipline. We support the hybrid investigatory audit model being proposed by the current director, but with critical conditions. The commission must audit all internal affairs investigations and complaints, not just those IA sustains. Limiting access only to sustained complaints guts accountability. The commission must retain the ability to bring its findings and recommendations directly to the city council when the city manager's response is unsatisfactory. If this pathway is cut off, accountability dies at the city manager's desk, and the community loses its voice at the highest level at city government. The commission must keep its authority to review police union memorandums of understandings, MOUs. Without this power, residents lose transparency over how police contracts are negotiated and funded, meaning fewer safeguards against provisions that shield officers from accountability. Police violence remains at an all-time high, 5 years after George Floyd's murder, not only nationally, but also here in Santa Ana. We stand with the families of Noe Rodriguez, Mario Diaz, who continue to seek justice, and we remember that just this month, it marks the 4-year anniversary of the unjust murder of Brandon Lopez by police. If the City Council...
Tanya, your time is up.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Good evening. My name is Jocelyn, and I'm with CSOOC's Police Accountability Committee. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge what today means for many of us in Santa Ana. Mexican Independence Day is a day that holds deep meaning and brings immense pride for many of us in this city, a city with a large, proud, and powerful Mexican community. Today, I remind everyone here of our collective strength when we rise together against injustice, especially in today's political climate where we see those in power attempt to eradicate our rights daily. Actually, Valerie, today would be a good time for you to join us and raise your Chicano fist, especially considering the praise you received over the weekend for being the first woman, and with that, the first Latina mayor of Santa Ana. But you and Councilmember Peñalosa seem to have forgotten where you come from and who you represent. That quiet deal with La Academia to privatize the Centennial Park soccer fields, a space that belongs to the community, proves that. So yes, shame on you. We expected more, especially from our own. You say you're prioritizing safety, but safety doesn't begin and end with the police, and taking away community resources while inflating the police budget is hypocritical and not lost on us. Officers Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra are still with SAPD after fatally shooting Noe Rodriguez over 9 months ago. They shot at him 29 times when he was not a threat, and there still has been no justice, no report, and no accountability. If it were as cut and dry as you guys like to claim, then the report would have been provided. Where is the oversight on that? That's right. You've weakened the Police Oversight Commission by taking police union money to keep the commission from having any real oversight powers. But you're not fooling anyone. You can't keep hiding behind these legal limits. We demand real accountability, real transparency, and consequences when police kill your constituents. We demand justice for Noe Rodriguez and Henry Gonzalez Jr., fire officers Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra, support Councilmember Lopez's in-car video ordinance, and protect and strengthen the Police Oversight Commission.
The next speakers are Zuri, Matthew Compton, Myra Ruiz, and Sean Verdin.
My name is Zuri. I'm from Ward 3. So today marks 289 days since Isaac Ibarra and Luis Casillas killed Noe Rodriguez. 289 days since he was shot at 29 times as he was standing motionless. Within 30 seconds of seeing Noe, Casillas he pulled over, got out of the car, and shot every single bullet in his gun at him, and his partner came out of the car right after, Ibarra. Ibarra came out of the car right after and shot at him 11 times. 3 of those bullets were as Noé was falling to the ground. A combined 29 bullets at a man who was standing motionless and experiencing a mental health crisis, leaving behind a wife and 2 young daughters. It's been 258 days since Casillas killed Henry Gonzalez, only 30 days after Noé, and he was also experiencing a mental health crisis. He was suicidal, and his mom was telling Casillas not to shoot, and he proceeded to shoot him in the head and kill him. It's been 99 days since that same officer beat a 15-year-old so bad that his ribs were broken, his lung was punctured, and his eye socket was fractured. He's being monitored for brain damage because of how rough Casillas was with him. And this was after he had already surrendered to the arrest. How much violence must Santaneros endure before you guys do anything about it? 289 days, and they're still out there hurting Santaneros. Y'all are supposed to protect us, but you're complicit in the murders of these Santa Ana residents. Please do something about it.
Next speakers, Matthew Compton, Myra Ruiz, Sean Berdine, Tracy Simons.
Good evening. My name is Matthew. I'm here as a member of CSO's Police Accountability Committee. I'm here to raise concerns about officers Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra. These 2 officers were involved in the shooting of Noé Rodriguez last December 1st. Noé was experiencing a mental health crisis. Noé was not a threat to anyone. In the body cam footage, we see Noé standing still up against a wall. Luis Casillas gave 3 commands in English and then proceeded to empty his gun. Luis fired 18 bullets and then reloaded his gun. Isaac fired 11 bullets, 29 bullets in total were fired. This is not only excessive, but both of these officers failed to de-escalate and instead took a life when the loss of life was preventable from the start. On the Santa Ana City website, there is an About Santa Ana Police Department section. Under this section, there is a value of accountability. This value states, we are responsible for our words and our actions, yet both of these officers have yet to be held accountable for the killing of Noé. Furthermore, Luis Casillas has yet to be held accountable for the beating of a 15-year-old minor, Mario Diaz, on June 9th, 2025. Mario suffered broken ribs, a punctured lung, and a broken eye socket. Luis, along with Isaac, are threats to our community. Both of these men have not only taken a life, but have caused great bodily injury to members of our community. If SAPD is truly about accountability, then they must fire Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra from the force without pay. As a member of CSO, we stand with working class families who deserve access to Centennial Park. Santa Ana is not for sale, and justice for Noé Rodriguez.
Myra Ruiz, Sean Berdine, Tracy Simons, Nina Jurek.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Myra Ruiz, and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm going to be talking about item number 15. I'm the president of Greater Southern California Towing. And earlier this year, the police department presented me with the 1-year extension that included a clause allowing towing companies to store vehicles outside of the city. Before signing anything, I put my objections in writing. I explained why this was a bad idea for the residents and for fairness. On August 7th, I signed the extension with the clause only because I felt pressured and was told that it wouldn't go to city council. Later, I was informed that the extension and the amendment would be separated. Once they were split, I decided to only sign the one with the 1-year amendment, and I disregarded the other one. So what is before you tonight, it's not just the one I signed, it's gonna be the second one, which will allow towing companies to have a yard outside of Santa Ana. And I didn't sign that one because I think it's not fair for the residents of Santa Ana to have to drive and go to another city to pick up their vehicle. They're going to have to be traveling out there. It's going to be inconvenient for them, and I don't agree with that. So I urge you to reject that amendment and think about the residents of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Sean Verdine, Tracy Simons, Nina Jurek, Carol Frank.
Hello, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Sean Verdin, and I am a resident of Washington Square, Ward 5, and I'm coming to speak regarding item number 10 on tonight's agenda, which is the Washington Square Park feasibility study. And I'm just here to voice my support for this and really urge you guys to consider putting this on a track to being greenlit. As we all know, everyone here wants more parks in the city. Yes? Do we need more parks? Right. And as part of that, you guys have said it yourselves, you have published a parks master plan, and in it, it has goals. So this is pretty low-hanging fruit for these lots in our neighborhood, especially since our neighborhood falls within the environmental justice area. And in line with the Park Master Plan goals, which is to pursue land acquisition, acquire and develop parks, that falls right in place with, I think, what this city is looking to do. Over the years, past decades, zoning hasn't always favored residents over businesses. I feel like this would be a great way to kind of swing the pendulum in the other way to enrich our neighborhoods, and I hope other neighborhoods can follow as well. I am aware that they're building a park in the adjacent neighborhood, but I will argue that if anyone has ever tried to cross Flower, it is quite the task and possibly dangerous. So park in our neighborhood would be awesome. Thank you.
When you hear your name, if you could please line up in the center aisle. Tracy Simons, Nina Jurek, Carol Frank, Karen Perez, and David Jurek.
I'm piggybacking on the same item on the agenda. I'm Tracy Simons. Good evening. And I live in Washington Square, Ward 5. And I wrote down some ideas that come from my heart why we want a park in Washington Square. Parks are the soul of the neighborhood, quietly powerful spaces that shape how we live, connect, and thrive. Why parks matter so much? Because of mental and emotional well-being. Parks offer a natural escape from the stress of daily life. Just being around greenery can reduce anxiety, improve mood, and boost mental clarity. Studies also show that access to green spaces help lower depression and stress levels, which we all need. Parks encourage movement, whether it's walking or jogging. Even casual strolls can improve cardiovascular health and reduce obesity. Parks are great gathering places. People who live near parks tend to know more neighbors and feel a stronger sense of belonging. Parks help clean the air, cool down urban heat, and homes near parks often have higher property values. Parks make neighborhoods more attractive to residents. Parks reflect the character of a community. They are places where stories are told, memories are made, and cultures are celebrated. In short, parks aren't just green spaces. They are community builders, health boosters, and environmental guardians. Thank you.
It's 3 minutes. Okay. Hi. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilman. Nina Jurek, Washington Square, Ward 5. I stand before you with a heartfelt plea from the entire neighborhood. We took up a poll, you have that in the attachment, to help us secure a walkable park in our neighborhood. It's not just a nice idea. As Tracy just alluded to, it's a matter of equity, health, quality of life, and we could go on. It also further completes the city's park master plan so that every neighborhood should have a walkable park, or should I say every resident should have a walkable park within 5 to 10 minutes of where they live. While there is one going in at 10th and Flower, we're excited about that. However, the far reaches of our neighborhood, it's almost a mile away from the 10th and Flower Park. It's 0.87, so it's darn close. I don't know about you, but unless you're power walking in a race, it's a good 30 to 40 minutes. Feasibility study is complete, 3 scenarios. They're awesome. Of course, we would love the most land, but we will take option 2. Option 1, if need be, option 2 would be our preferred. We have a willing seller, ease of construction due to open parcels, no access, traffic concerns, suitable soil, minimal permitting requirements. We're not just asking for a park, we're ready to partner with you. You know us, you've seen what we do. We have great neighbors. It would be pretty much self-policing. You've seen what we do. We really want to partner with you. We can't miss this chance. Senate Bill 1123 opens the door for high-density housing. If we lose this opportunity, it's the last piece of land in the neighborhood. We can't miss this chance. Every neighborhood deserves a park. Now it's our turn.
Nina, your time is up.
Thank you.
Carol, next speakers. Carol Frank.
I'm here.
Karen Perez, David Jurek, Sandra Cortez, and Kevin Perez Henriquez. You can go ahead, Carol.
Okay. My name is Carol Frank, and I'm a resident of Washington Square. I'm also a past president of Washington Square Neighborhood Association. I moved into this neighborhood at the ripe old age of 2. I was lucky enough to have a playground at Wilson School. Love those swings. They were great. Today, the grounds are all locked up. Kids are unable to get into it, which is sad. Washington Square is one of those neighborhoods that are still affordable compared to the rest of the county. Therefore, we have a lot of young families with a lot of young kids. And I'm sure the neighborhood east of us has the same problem. The new park is just really not big enough for to accommodate both neighborhoods. And as it's been pointed out, it's not really walkable for a lot of our neighbors. Yes, you put those big flashing lights across the street on Flower, but I don't know if anybody noticed stopping at stop signs and red lights and pedestrians seems to be an option these days for car drivers. So it's just really not a safe crossing. This is not a new project. These folks behind me have been working on this for over 2 years. We've worked with a lot of these folks over here and a lot of the people in the city. Thank you very much for your support. This is our golden opportunity to take the last open space here in Washington Square. It's an opportunity that will go away, and it's sorely needed. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Karen Perez. I'm one of the league owners here for Santa Ana, representing all of the leagues here in Santa Ana. I want to make it clear that we are not against new organizations or existing organizations getting fields. The real issue here is the secrecy and the backdoor entrance they were allowed to go in through. Some of our organizations have asked for more play space. We have been told to wait in the back of the line. How is it acceptable for people to jump the line just because they know someone? Peñalosa likes to call us the mafia, but his actions suggest that he's the real mafia here. Your job is to listen to us and do what benefits our community. How does Santa Ana benefit when you are giving exclusive use to one organization that the majority of the kids aren't from Santa Ana versus thousands of Santa Ana kids and adults from our Santa Ana leagues? When you needed funds to build the synthetic fields at Centennial, you were happy to meet with us. Now that you took our money and the fields are built, we are no longer heard. Mayor, Peñalosa has defamed our Santa Ana organizations. He called us a mafia. Will you now open up your agendas to meet with us? Do we need to continue to come here to be heard? I noticed that there's great communication between some of you guys in La Academia. They were all here today. I wish that we would have had the same communication when you guys were doing all these negotiations backdoor. I don't think it's okay for you guys to do this negotiation and not communicate with all of the Santa Ana leagues. but they're all here thinking something different. We're not here against them. We're here against the way that the matter was being brought up. Why do you need to do it in secrecy? Why do you meet backdoor? Peñalosa said that he was just the one that enabled the communication. I've emailed all of you guys and asked for a meeting to open up your agendas. I've only heard from a few, and I thank the ones that I've heard from. I thank you, but I think that this issue needs to be dealt with immediately. I wish that you guys can open up your agendas. And lastly, justice for Noé Rodriguez and his family.
Karen, your time is up.
Good evening, council members, city staff. David Jarek, 40-year Ward 5 Washington Square resident and a retired Santa Ana business owner. And I'm here in support of the park in Washington Square, agenda item 10. And I'm really excited that the feasibility study is complete. I read it. I hope you took the time to read it as well, because it really explains word for word really what we've been saying all along, that this piece of property that's available temporarily until it's sold to somebody is great for a pocket park. It fits all the city requirements and would be a great addition to Washington Square as well as the city of Santa Ana. And it is different than what's being proposed and what's being built at 10th and Flower, and we thank you for approving that and getting that going. But we're looking for a more passive park, something that we can walk to. It's a neighborhood park, something that I can walk to, because I certainly can't walk all the way down to Flower, because the Flower Park is going to be a walkable park too, but it doesn't really serve a lot of the members of our community, whereas our park would serve more people. So in conclusion, I just want to ask for your vote for not just receiving and filing the feasibility study, but receiving it, reading it, taking action on it, and getting us a park in Washington Square before it's sold for other purposes. Thank you very much.
Next speakers, Sandra Cortez, Kevin Perez Henriquez, Julian Rivera, Jonathan Librado.
Ready?
Go ahead, Sandra.
Hi, my name is Sandra Cortez. I am the part-time negotiation committee member, and I'm also the part-time chapter board member for this SEAU Santa Ana chapter. I just wanted to express that I hope this time, as in other times, that you will look at our contract. I know you don't see it, but that you will see that we are asking something for things that are comparable to what other people are getting in other industries, including public and private. I see that there are private industries where they don't have to have any education whatsoever, and they make more than some of our employees that are part-time. And we do require almost education, some type of education, whether it's office equipment or college, the courses. And they're not making as much as these people are. So I really hope that when you look at the monetary and non-monetary things that we're asking for, that you take it into your heart and remember that you say you have our backs and that you're hoping for the best for us, and that we're treated equitably and have a good contract. So I wasn't prepared today to come, but I hope to see a nice contract this period again, as in some of the other ones we had in the past. And I've been doing this since '96. I have taken some years off, but have negotiated a lot of contracts. And the first ones I did didn't even have anything but a wage increase, if that. There are many that didn't. We also had some negotiators from the affiliate union who didn't even listen to us and wouldn't follow our directives. But this time we do have someone who listens to us and is following our directives and is a very good negotiator for us, and we're happy with that person, and we hope to see a good movement on this contract and soon. Thank you.
Next speakers, you can please line up. Kevin Perez Henriquez, Julian Rivera, Jonathan Librado, Pat Lenahan, Brian Mendez Maravilla. If you're hearing your name, please come forward. Giovanni Ariola, Jackie Cordova, you please state your name and make your comments?
Good evening. I'm Pat Lenahan. I'm here in support of the Washington Square Park. I was born in Pennsylvania, grew up in South Jersey, college in Miami, graduate school in Chicago. Y yo hablo español cada día. And I've lived in Santa Ana for more than 25 years. However, it's the last 12 years when I've lived in Washington Square that have been the greatest. I didn't know neighborhoods like this existed. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody cares about everybody. Everybody wants to work together. A park in our neighborhood would be an outstanding thing and another way for all of our neighbors to get together and to share time. And as Tracy had said, the advantages to physical, mental, emotional health are overwhelming. And we want to keep our neighborhood as great as it is. Thank you.
My name is Jackie. I'm a resident of Santa Ana. Also, I'm a mother of Santa Ana. I came tonight to speak with the community. In this city, all our main funds go to Santa Ana Police for our safety and protection. Since June, we are currently under attack every single day by armed ICE terrorists sneaking into our city and kidnapping our people. Mothers working at car washes, fathers mowing the grass at Home Depot. They are snatched from us every day. City of Santa Ana had a mother arrested and snatched away from here in the city council chambers when she asked them for a seat. They treat us like criminals here in our own land, even searching us and putting us through metal detectors just to get in here and asking us for an ID, when we know they're the ones with the weapons and they use them heavily against us. For years, it's the same crap news headlines. Santa Ana officials returned a $7 million grant for youth programs without telling the city council. Long Beach cancels annual Dia de los Muertos parade over fears of ICE operations. A 13-year-old boy was killed and several other teens were hospitalized after a mass shooting in a Santa Ana neighborhood. Police fatally shoot man outside Anaheim Elementary School, triggering temporary lockdown. The young boy killed in a shooting in Orange County earlier this week has been identified by family members as a loving, protective, and bright teen. The youngest of the group, a 13-year-old, was shot in the upper torso and pronounced dead at the scene by first responders. While officials did not provide the decedent's name, he was identified in a GoFundMe as Adrian Torres. Up here, we know there is massive election fraud. We know the energetic parasite politicians up here are all the same. There is no differentiating party lines. They all take up the same stage. SAPD uses our money to purchase certain politicians. Those politicians order attacks against us. Santa Ana PD comes out in riot gear and terrorizes our community at the order of a puppet politician.
Your time's up, ma'am. Thank you so very
Santa Ana
much.
PD allows
Ma'am,
ICE to attack
your time
us
is
every
up.
day.
Thank you
Why
very
is
much.
Bristol Car Wash used for
Ma'am, your
coordinated
time
setups
is
and
up.
continuously attacked? These politicians
Ma'am,
are
your
killing our
time is up, please. Thank you so very much.
Next speakers, Brian Mendez Maravilla, Giovanni Ariola, Rafael Serrano, Jesaiah Keenan, Victor Balderas, come forward. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Josiah Keenan. I live in Huntington Beach, but I've been working down here for the past 2 years. I'm an employee at a small, independently owned coffee shop on 4th Street. I've worked there for a while. I wanted to address the changes in the price of parking in downtown Santa Ana. As a few days ago, the price to park in the public structures went from being free, excluding the weekends, to $15 a day or $90 a month. $15 a day is painful for anyone coming to Santa Ana, and for a customer or patron, it becomes much less attractive. $90 a month may not seem like a lot, but for me, my coworkers, and the many people who are working for minimum wage in downtown, it's equivalent to nearly 5 hours of labor. The city is essentially requiring us to give 5 hours of our month simply for the privilege to park near work. Unfortunately, parking nearby and walking to our jobs is not feasible because of how crowded the neighborhoods are and the fact that most of them require permits. Due to the prohibitive cost of parking in the structures and the negative impact on the businesses and the near impossibility of parking elsewhere, I am requesting that the council take action to reinstate free parking in the public structures located on 300 East 5th Street, 310 East Burr Street, and 420 North Main Street in downtown Santa Ana. Thank you very much for your time.
Speakers, if you're here, please come forward. Victor Balderas, Giovanni S., Antonio Cielo, Kevin Perez Henriquez, Julian Rivera, Jonathan Librado, Brian Mendez Maravilla, Giovanni Ariola, Rafael Serrano. Mayor and City Council, that concludes the speaker cards. Councilmember Peñalosa, are there any speakers at your teleconference location?
There are no speakers here present. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll now move on to the Zoom speakers. Speakers on Zoom, when unmuted, please announce your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. Jorge, please unmute and make your comments. George, Jorge.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jorge Reyes. I am one of the founders of La Academia. La Academia was born out of my years of research at Cal State Fullerton, where I studied something I care deeply about, how soccer in Santa Ana connects to education and upward mobility. My research honors the long history of our city's Sunday leagues. They've given Santa Ana joy, identity, and pride, and many of our teams still play in them. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Please continue.
They've given Santa Ana joy, and many of our teams still play in them. But for decades, those leagues alone haven't filled key gaps our young people face: consistent mentorship, academic support, and real pathways to college and careers. I also examined the pay-to-play club system in U.S. soccer. Too often, it widens the divide in access and educational attainment. Simply put, it wasn't built with communities like ours in mind. That's where La Academia comes in. Our mission isn't to compete or replace with anyone. It's to stand in the spaces others haven't, pairing soccer with tutoring and mentorship, guiding families through the college process, and turning passion for the game into a pathway to higher education. My thesis makes this clear: soccer can reproduce inequality, or it can drive mobility, depending on who guides it and how it's guided. Lately, there's been misinformation about us, that we're outsiders, that we don't care, that this is for profit. The truth is the opposite. I am Santa Ana through and through. We're here to serve our kids, the ones most often overlooked in both soccer and our society. Even our name is intentional. When Academy meant MLS programs, that didn't include us. We claimed the word for our community. La Academia, built by and for Santa Ana. I'm asking you to
Jorge, your time is up. Thank you. Mayor and City Council, that concludes the speakers on Zoom that were in the queue when we began public comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Appreciate all the speakers tonight. If the council would allow me up here, we're going to go into public hearings at this time. We're going to go directly to item 28. We have several people here this evening that have been waiting, and everybody's been waiting, and we really appreciate the patience of everybody. Before public hearing item number 28, Madam Clerk, please provide instructions to the public who would like to make a comment on this public hearing item only.
Mayor, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I did have a request to respond to one of the issues raised.
Sure,
would you like me to
Madam
comment on
City
that,
Attorney.
or would you like to move forward?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I had a request from one of the council members. So I just wanted to state tonight, after all of the public
Can you speak
comment-
loudly into your mic,
Yeah,
please?
I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you.
After listening very carefully to all the public comment tonight, I want to just reiterate that we all understand that the public speakers are often very passionate about the issues that they speak about. I do want to put on the record that accusing city staff and or elected officials of violating the Brown Act or the California Public Records Act is very serious. That's why I'm taking this step of responding to those accusations. As I've said before, to build trust and accountability, we have to listen, but we also have a responsibility to respond to make sure that there's accurate information out there. And I hope that the speakers that were here this evening will listen carefully to this. Under the Brown Act applies to the elected officials, not staff. The city has not violated the Brown Act, and there's been no accusation or any evidence this evening that a majority of the city council members got together to discuss the soccer field usage or made any decisions regarding the soccer field usage. So I just want to be very clear. My job is to advise on the Brown Act. The city has not violated the Brown Act. With respect to the California Public Records Act, I am told that the city did receive a request and that staff has responded. There are many exceptions to the release of documents. One of those exceptions is when a city is negotiating or has accepted a proposal, and it is staff's responsibility to evaluate that. In those exemptions, I understand that there was a response that was given, and I commit to you and to the speakers that came forward this evening that I will work with staff to make sure that any documents that were withheld are accurately withheld under the exemption. And then finally, I just want to mention, because I didn't hear this tonight, but we had many speakers come forward to talk about the very, very unfortunate officer-involved shootings that have occurred in our community. The Orange County District Attorney's Office and the California Attorney General's Office are investigating these matters, so they too are taking a look. And I don't think there has been any public comment by the city in any way whatsoever that says that the city has taken a position on these unfortunate incidents. We had speakers tonight who have said that the city has already decided, that these shootings were within policy or didn't violate law, and that just hasn't happened. There is a process, and I think that people need to understand that the Orange County District Attorney and the California Attorney General's Office, the Department of Justice, independently review these items. When that is done, there is an internal process that will go forward. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that it's not just the city who reviews this, but we have outside agencies that are currently reviewing. And if there's a delay, I personally have to say that I think that's a long time in delay, that we all need to be calling upon those other agencies to hurry and look into the investigations.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney, for clarifying that and sharing very important information. So, Madam Clerk, we're going to go back. Before hearing public item number 28, Madam Clerk, please provide instructions to the public who would like to make a comment on this public hearing item only.
Members of the public joining us by way of Zoom or conference call who would like to make a comment for public hearing item number 28 only, the village-specific plan, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now in order to be called once the public hearing is opened. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 28 is a public hearing for the village-specific plan. Does the council want to hear the presentation, or are we ready to move forward?
I'd like to hear it. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Do you want to hear it before public comments?
Madam, excuse me, Mr. City Manager, go ahead.
Assistant Director Ali Pizashwar from Planning and Building will make our presentation for the city.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Executive Director.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of the City Council. Up for discussion tonight are various entitlement requests for the village-specific plan here at 1561 West Sunflower Avenue. Tonight's proposal is complex, similar to the related Bristol project with the council heard back in October 2024. So this is a pretty robust PowerPoint presentation, but we'll get through it pretty quickly for you. So the request is by South Coast Plaza for an amendment application, which is a zone change, a development agreement, and a vesting tentative tract map, which would facilitate redevelopment of a site generally located at 1561 West Sunflower Avenue in Ward 4 into a mixed-use village that I'll describe in further detail as we advance through the presentation. Tonight's PowerPoint will go over a discussion on the project, followed by an analysis, and then what the Planning Commission discussed, and wrapping up with discussion in the public hearing. So firstly is the project discussion components. The location is a 17.2 acre site, generally bounded by Sunflower Avenue and Bear Street, transected by Plaza Drive. Again, for context, this is directly to the west of the related Bristol specific plan that was approved by the City Council in October 2024. Some properties to the south and west are in the city of Costa Mesa. The rest is in the city of Santa Ana. And throughout the review process, city staff have been in regular communication with our counterparts at the city of Costa Mesa as well. For context, the site, which is highlighted by the red arrow here, is located in the South Bristol Street focus area of the land use element. So according to the general plan, this is an area that is respecting a gateway into the city that's intended to produce opportunities to transform existing auto-oriented sites into walkable, bike-friendly, and transit-friendly urban villages. The site could be developed with a floor area ratio of up to 5.0 and up to 125 dwelling units per acre. These are the most intense development standards anywhere in the city. So this imagery, just sample imagery from the city's general plan showing what types of developments are visioned for the area. In terms of engagement, the project went through the standard sunshine ordinance process by holding 2 community meetings, first in August 2023 and then a November 2023 second meeting. There was also a scoping meeting in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, and then a planning commission hearing about a month ago on August 11th. In addition to that, there was a study session with the Planning Commission in June 2025, and communications with residents, businesses, and other stakeholders in the area, a frequently updated city project webpage, and of course notifications through mailers, newspapers, and through our partners in ComLink and the neighborhood associations. The applicant has also held over 150 community meetings of their own, including attending and presenting at neighborhood association meetings that I mentioned earlier, small group meetings, phone calls, emails, other forms of correspondence. And the applicant has also maintained their own project webpage as well. So as an overview, this is a proposal for a specific plan that would allow about 1,500 residential units, 80,000 square feet of commercial retail space, 300,000 square feet of office space, about 13.8 acres of public and private outdoor recreation space, and over 3,000 on-site parking spaces. This is the conceptual ground level plan. So it shows basically the red colors representing retail commercial areas concentrated in a sort of village core along Plaza and Sunflower, surrounded by mostly residential and office uses, as well as structured parking and the open space areas, which are shown in that faint green color. This image shows the conceptual upper level plan. So in the upper stories would be mostly residential, but again with some multi-story retail and the office building that I described earlier. So as a breakdown, the project again proposes up to, as a parking breakdown, the project proposes 1,583 units as a maximum, parked at 1.3 per unit, which through parking management could be increased to 2.0 per unit, commercial at 80,000 square feet, so that would be 4 per thousand, and a rate of 3 per thousand square feet for office rates. These are standard parking ratios for these types of uses. And again, about 3,400 parking spaces, which could be increased by about 950 spaces through parking management. This image shows the publicly accessible open space layout with areas such as a promenade, paseos, strolls, restaurant patios, art features, water features, and a pocket park. Of note, this came up during Planning Commission, but in consistency with the phasing plan, the majority of the open space and commercial areas would be built in the first phase of the project. And a phasing plan showing the overall phasing and sequence of the project is going to be presented a couple of slides ahead. This image shows the proposed circulation network. So Plaza Drive, Sunflower Avenue, and Bear Street would be maintained in their existing locations, but the project, in order to create user-friendly pedestrian scale development, would be broken up into blocks, and those blocks would then be developed with buildings. And to sort of slow down the vehicle traffic through the development, there would be a series of stop signs, bicycle paths, pedestrian walkways, as well as bike paths and pedestrian walkways along the perimeter of the project site. These illustrations that are on the slides ahead show conceptual renderings of the project. So here we're looking at the urban commercial core of the project, where the majority of the shopping and restaurants would be located. And then in the backgrounds are the residential buildings, which would sort of frame that core of the project. Again, these illustrations show looking north along Plaza Drive. So the majority of the most intense development would be located closer to the south of the site, with the medium scale development toward the north. And again, another conceptual rendering showing the sort of pedestrian scaled single or two-story commercial spaces framed by residential, the landscape plan, and then the office building and any other mid or high-rise developments in that southern part of the project site. So to wrap all this up in terms of what's being proposed, it's a specific plan which contains the minimum components required by the California Government Code. So there's a framework mandated by law into what a specific plan has to contain. There's introduction, vision and guiding principles, a plan for the development, so those are the actual development standards and regulations in Chapter 4, permissible uses. Chapter 5 would contain design guidelines that the project would abide by, and then 6 is administration and implementation, how to sort of carry out each project and building in this plan area. There is a thorough implementation section that addresses how to administer the project. It contains a lot of overlap with the adjacent related Bristol project site. So it talks about staff review processes, property maintenance, how to deal with vacant parcels on the site. As proposed, individual phases would be submitted for staff review, and there'd be certain thresholds for planning commission review, such as uses called out in the use matrix requiring planning commission review. There's also a truck route and traffic control plan required as well in implementation to ensure that through construction and operation that the impacts to the surrounding existing communities are minimized. And a maintenance plan would be required for the overall project, again, to ensure that if there are periods of vacancy or the buildings are demolished and there's a vacant lot, that they don't become attractive nuisances for the surrounding community. So I described earlier, there's a phasing plan consisting of 5 phases that are anticipated for the project. The first phase would see the majority of the retail and open space areas developed in that darker orange color, followed by phases 2, 3, and 4, and then phase 5, that yellow color in the middle, sort of enveloping and concluding with the last middle portion of the project. So now taking a look at how this project fits in with city's overall goals and visions for the area. So as I mentioned earlier, it's located in the South Bristol Street focus area. This is an area that the city envisions through its general plan as having the most intense development in the city. The project could go up to 125 units per acre, but what's being proposed is 93 units per acre, a floor area ratio of 3.0 instead of 5.0, and building heights up to 25 stories, which are no taller than what's allowed by the general plan. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the South Bristol Street focus area already contemplates this type of development. So this type of application is an implementing measure of the general plan. It's a way of taking the broad goals and vision of the general plan and making it reality project by project. In terms of scale and compatibility, again, the general plan envisions a dynamic mixed-use village in that area. This is part of that, along with related Bristol right to the east of it. The general plan, again, calls out for this level of intensity and development in terms of number of stories, density of units per acre, floor area ratio, and all of the sort of components proposed by this project are consistent with the general plan. So taking a look at how the project would fit in with the existing development pattern. So one can see in this rendering that the sort of mid-scaled buildings would be located to the north and west of this site. Those are adjacent to existing residential communities in our city as well as Costa Mesa. And then the most intense development parts, those high-rises that you can see, are concentrated to the southeast. Those are adjacent to the related Bristol specific plan and the South Coast Plaza existing development. And just for context, the related specific plan also concentrates its most intense development in the same area so that it would be away from these existing residential communities. So the specific plan also has been evaluated against our own municipal code. And as I mentioned earlier, there's already a plan in this specific plan for distribution of the land uses, the open spaces, the infrastructure improvements that are needed to support this type of development, and the criteria needed to evaluate projects in the area and implementation measures, programs, and other infrastructure financing measures. All that are covered by the specific plan. And as I mentioned earlier, this is all in accordance with the California Government Code and is addressed by every chapter in the specific plan. So it meets those required components. There is a zone change being proposed, again, from the existing specific development. So it's already a special plan area called a specific development, SD number 48, which was established by the City Council in 1989 for the purposes of creating the South Coast Plaza Village. The area that we're discussing tonight is highlighted in yellow in the lower left of each one of those images. So the proposal is to rezone that teal color to that blue color, making and establishing specific plan number 6. So if approved, it would be right next to specific plan number 5, which is related Bristol, that was approved in October 2024. And the approval of the requested zone change is consistent with the general plan, because again, this is an area that's intended to produce projects of this type of scale and compatibility. The applicant has also requested a vesting tentative tract map. So this is basically a subdivision to subdivide the site into development parcels. That is governed by Chapter 34 of our municipal code, as well as the Subdivision Map Act. And the request for the subdivision is fully consistent with the Subdivision Map Act and the city's Chapter 34. So that application, again, consistent with the general plan, as well as any other ordinance requirements. There is a development agreement requested by the applicant. So development agreements, in a nutshell, those are contracts negotiated between an applicant and a public agency that basically guarantee sort of protections for various entitlements in exchange for public benefits. So in order to evaluate the terms that were proposed by the developer, the City Council formed an ad hoc committee in March 2025 that was comprised of 3 City Council members. And while the review of a development agreement's draft terms are a private contractual process, the sort of conversations were based on priorities of the community and the general plan that provided the framework for how those terms were negotiated. And so the resulting development agreement that's been included in the packet is consistent with the general plan of the city. So as key terms of this development agreement, it would include 1 20-year term and an opportunity for 1 5-year automatic extension. That automatic extension would take place if the developer constructed an initial 50,000 square feet of commercial retail area. So that's 50,000 out of the 80,000. That's the majority or more than half. And 360 dwelling units. No building permits for residential units above 360 could be issued unless there's the permits obtained for at least that 50,000 square feet of retail commercial area that I described earlier. This is similar in structure to other development agreements. Just for the City Council's awareness, is like Main Place Mall, which has a development agreement that sort of releases residential units in tranches depending on the amount of commercial square footage that is constructed in phases out there. And the development agreement would also propose a community benefit payment to the city of $9.3 million that would be paid in 4 payments. The development agreement also would specify that the 7.5 acres of publicly accessible open space on the site could satisfy the city's park provision and fee requirements to the extent that those calculations work out. And that those 7.5 acres of open space would be perpetually accessible to the public through a public access easement. Again, this is very similar to the related Bristol project that ensures all members of our community, not just shoppers, not just residents of that site, but anyone can come and enjoy these 7.5 acres of open space. And it's important to contextualize, right now this site is a parking lot with a commercial building. There is no formal open space on this site. So redevelopment of this site would include from 0 to 7.5 acres of community accessible open space. The project's development agreement also has a negotiated rate of $5 per square foot of habitable space in the residential buildings. And so in context, According to the city's municipal code, the fee is as high as $15 per square foot for projects of this scale. There is a sliding scale for projects using skilled and trained labor that can bring down that rate to $5 a square foot. The municipal code and the AHOCO, the Affordable Housing Opportunity Creation Ordinance, do have provisions that the rate could be negotiated through a development agreement, which is the vehicle that's being utilized to bring that rate to $5 a square foot here tonight for the council's consideration. So if that $5 rate is approved, the estimated in lieu fees for the project are estimated to be $7.1 million. So again, for context, $7.1 million in affordable housing fees, $9.3 million in other sort of community benefit payment to the city. And then of course, there's a sort of valuation of 7.5 acres of community accessible open space that would be provided by the project. In terms of economic impacts, again, it's an existing site, so there's no one-time impacts currently happening, but if the project were to move forward, it would result in about 8,600 city captured jobs. So these are jobs that result directly from construction, as well as the services needed to result in construction, like architects, engineers, designers, materials providers, all that, resulting in about $700 million in labor income and about $1.1 billion in economic output from the project. There are estimated right now to be about 280 jobs on the project site. The redevelopment would result in about up to 1,167 city captured jobs. So again, these are an increase of 887 jobs from having all the new development on the project site, and then improving the jobs housing balance of the city too, to make sure that basically there's opportunities for individuals to not only live in Santa Ana, but have jobs in Santa Ana that reduce vehicle miles traveled and also help us capture the economic benefits in our own community. This fiscal benefits table walks the reader through the fiscal impacts of the project. Basically, the total annual site revenues to the city are anticipated to increase by about $5 million in net change. Total annual expenditures would go up to about 2.6 in terms of net change. And then the net annual site general fund fiscal impact to the city would be about a $2.3 million annual change. So as part of the request tonight, because this project falls into an area of the city that is under the jurisdiction of the County Airport Land Use Commission, this project had to go to the John Wayne Airport Land Use Commission. On June 19th, the ALUC, as it's known, voted to find the specific plan inconsistent with their land use plan. This is standard practice for the ALUC on most projects in Santa Ana that fall in that area. So according to the Public Utilities Code, the City Council will need to overrule their action to find it inconsistent by a 2/3 affirmative vote this evening, should the council desire to do so. And of course, a project of this scale is subject to the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA for short. So the project entitlements would require the City Council to adopt a resolution certifying the supplemental environmental impact report and everything that comes with it, statement of overriding considerations, and adoption of a mitigation monitoring plan. We'll get into that in more detail in a second. That draft supplemental environmental impact report was made available for a standard review period for the public between April and June of this year. And the final version of that document was released on April 4th of this year, including a full response to comments. Mitigation measures have been incorporated in the EIR to address any impacts of the project on the physical environment. And again, a statement of overriding considerations has been prepared to support the City Council's certification of the final SEIR. It should be noted that during the public review period of the draft document, 8 comments were received. So the supplemental environmental impact report looked at all the topics required by CEQA and found that there'd be less than significant impacts in the categories shown in the left-hand column. So those are energy all the way down to utilities and service systems. There'd be less than significant impacts with mitigation measures on topics like air quality, cultural resources, geology and soil, noise, and tribal cultural resources. And there'd be significant and unavoidable impacts in recreation. This is because the city's general plan update from 2022 that the City Council adopted has an aspirational goal of having 3 acres per 1,000 residents of open space. And because we're not there as a city, these projects that come through, they are not sort of flipping that and getting that number to be attained, but what they are doing is providing the on-site open space as a means of sort of compensating for that deficiency in open space. So this is, again, exactly what resulted with the related Bristol's environmental evaluation. But again, a way of sort of compensating for that is to get that easement that allows perpetual public access to the open space areas as long as the project is around. So Planning Commission reviewed the project on August 11th and unanimously recommended that the City Council approve the requested entitlements and development agreement. They did also have some discussion on including a native lands acknowledgement on the project site, discussion on how the project interfaces with Bear Street, and discussion on the hotel use permissibility, whether hotels should be allowed by right, or allowed with a CUP. And the City Council staff report that was prepared for this evening includes a discussion on those 3 topics. So culminating all this is the recommended actions to adopt a resolution for the certification of the final supplemental environmental impact report, and adopting the environmental findings of fact and a statement of overriding considerations for the project, adopting, as I said earlier, a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and of course approving the project. There's also the first reading of the ordinance approving the zone change to establish the specific plan, as I discussed earlier, a first reading of the ordinance for the development agreement, a resolution approving the vesting tentative tract map, that's the subdivision that I described earlier, and a resolution overruling the ALUX determination that the project is inconsistent with their plan. I do want to wrap up by just saying that the city has a full team of staff and consultants here that can help answer any technical questions, as well as our specialized legal counsel for CEQA. The applicant's also present here with their design team, and any comments that were received prior to today's cutoff time for public comments have been responded to, and those responses have been posted to the packet to complete the public record for the project. And with that, thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Ali. Really appreciate it. I now open the public hearing for members of the public that would like to provide their comments in person and virtually. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, and as a public hearing, we would initially start with the applicant, followed by members of the public in person and on Zoom. If the applicant would like to come forward for initial presentation, Justin McCusker. You'd have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ali, for the presentation. We don't have a formal presentation tonight, as was presented in the presentation. Over 150 communities held, and I commend the city. During that time, as we were working through the process with the city collaboratively as a partner, you saw the outreach model for the city, which I commend you for, go from 500 feet, 1,000 feet to 2,000 feet. And we wanted to honor that through the entire process. So this is one of the most thoroughly vetted projects with outreach to the community. Part of the outreach the family does as a neighbor within the community is many times they'll come before you, and part of my job is to try to not bring problems for the company or the family, but it's not to bring you problems as well. It's to sit down with the people that we think will be impacted, ask them those questions, and get that feedback from it. Not a critique of tonight, the amount of issues that you have to deal with, having most respect for what comes before you tonight. But we did have members from communities and neighborhood associations coming here tonight who were not able to stay, from Republic Homes, well beyond the 2,000 feet. We worked with all the neighborhood associations to make sure we bring you a project that you can be proud of. The family feels that they are part of the community. They want to honor the community with staying involved, both philanthropically and from a business standpoint, and we hope to partner with you on this exciting project, which is going to bring, I think, well over, as you talked, the amount of jobs coming into the community, but our partnership with labor, we're incredibly excited in that partnership with LIUNA and with the Carpenters, and many of you voted in support of the South Coast Technology Center not even a year ago, and the family's partnered with 5 separate labor deals on 2 projects within 18 months because they believe in Santa Ana and they believe having jobs in Santa Ana and quality projects, and we hope tonight to earn your support through our outreach and work over the year. So I'll let the rest of the public hearing go, and obviously I'm here to answer any questions that you might have through the process. So thank you so much, Mayor, honorable members of the council, for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, we do have several additional speakers for this public hearing. Before calling the in-person speakers, I'll note for the record that by 2 p.m. today, we did receive 49 e-comments related to this public hearing, item number 28. Those were distributed to the City Council, made a part of the record, and posted online for the public to review. I'll call speakers here to line up behind the podium. Speakers will have 2 minutes for their comments. Adrian A. Esparza, Jimmy Elrod, Carlos Castellanos.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and esteemed council members and city staff. My name is Adrian Esparza. I'm the business manager of Labor's Local 652 right here in Orange County, Santa Ana. This has been the home of labor since the 1930s. We have always had a very large number of members that reside here in the city, and they stand here true today. On behalf of over 4,000 laborers of Local 652 members, not just the ones from Santa Ana, I ask you to support the Village Project. This project will give all of our brothers and sisters an opportunity to go work closer to home and build something they can really be proud of. Working so close to home, they can spend more time with family, enjoying the city, putting money earned back into the city and its local businesses. So again, please approve this project so we can put all our skills and display and build something great for this already great city. Thank you so much for your time, and God bless. Thank you.
Sorry, that's a little short. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jimmy Elrod, and I'm here on behalf of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. We represent about 1,200 members who live here in Santa Ana. These are hardworking men and women who raise their families in this city, shop at local businesses, and contribute to the community every day. The Village Project represents the kind of responsible development Santa Ana needs. It will create good-paying local jobs for our members, bring new economic investment, and provide lasting benefits that families in this city can count on. Just as important, it is a project our members, your neighbors, will be proud to help build. This project has gone through a thorough and open process with input from community members, labor, and city leaders. We believe it reflects what is best for Santa Ana's future, and we respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Carlos Castellanos, and I serve as the Vice President of Facilities for Santa Ana Pony out of Riverview Park. We are the largest baseball league in the city. I want to take a moment to recognize the Segerstrom family for their longstanding support of our league and local youth programs across the city. Over the last several years, they have helped fund special event permits and provided resources for essential safety equipment, allowing us to offer hundreds of kids a safe and positive place to learn teamwork, leadership, and sportsmanship through baseball. While our league does not take a position on development proposals, I want to acknowledge that the Segerstrom family as a valued community partner who has made a meaningful difference in the lives of our young athletes and their families. I also want to take this opportunity to thank city staff, both in the Public Works and Parks departments, for all their hard work and dedication to maintaining some of the smoothest fields in all of Orange County. So thank you very much.
Next speakers, Mark Montenaga, Long Nguyen, Senorina Estrada. Could you please come forward? Mark, Long, Senorina, followed by Chris Reese and Jonah Breslaw.
Perdón. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Senorino y he sido trabajador de hoteles por 10 años. Soy miembro de United 11, local 11, vivo en Santa Ana, distrito 68. Este proyecto podría traer más de 1,500 nuevos hogares, pero no se garantiza ni una sola unidad de costo accesible. Al mismo tiempo, abriría la puerta a hoteles por derecho, sin estudio, sin propuesta y sin participación pública. Eso es lo contrario de lo que deberíamos estar haciendo. Familias como la mía necesitamos viviendas accesibles cerca del trabajo, no más hoteles que nadie pidió. Muchas gracias.
If you could please wait a minute, sir, for the translation. Thank you.
My name is Severino. I've been working in hotels for about 20 years, Local 11 Santa Ana, Ward 68. And this project proposes more than 1,500 homes, and but it doesn't guarantee accessible or affordable housing or low-cost housing for families. And these opens the door to other hotels by right, and it doesn't have public access like that. So this is contrary to what we need for our families. We need accessible and affordable housing, and this does not do that. So, and thank you for that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Long Nguyen. I'm a Santa Ana resident, also a parent of 3 students at Santiago Elementary School here in Santa Ana. I'm here tonight to express my sincere gratitude to the Sigerson family for their extraordinary support of our children's performing arts program. Several years ago, this unique program, the only elementary school performing arts program of its kind in Orange County, faced elimination due to lack of funding. The Sigerson family's generous contribution provided a lifeline at a critical moment. Their support not only preserved the program, but gave our community the time to secure grants and long-term funding to ensure its future. Because of their generous donation, hundreds of children, including my own, continue to develop confidence, creativity, and collaboration skills through the arts. These are lessons that extend far beyond the stage or classroom. They shape young lives and strengthen our community as a whole. The Sigerson family's commitment to arts education exemplifies the very best of civic partnership. They have invested not just in a program, but in the future of Santa Ana's students and families. The Village Project continues their legacy of investing in our community. On behalf of the parents at Santiago Elementary School, I extend our deepest thanks to the Sigerson Family Foundation for their vision, generosity, and lasting impact. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jonah Breslaw. I am here on behalf of Unite Here Local 11, the Hospitality Workers Union. And on behalf of our union, I want to raise concerns about this specific plan, which would allow hotels, including extended stay hotels, as a by right use. The reality is that this project site has no vested right for hotel uses today. Under the current zoning, hotels are not permitted by right or even conditionally. The draft SEIR also confirms that there are no existing hotels on the site. But even more important, the applicant is not proposing a hotel, and the SEIR did not study hotel impacts. There is no analysis of hotel traffic, water use, air quality, or greenhouse gas emissions. And CEQA requires a clear and accurate project description. By listing hotels as a by right use without a proposal or environmental study, the plan creates confusion and understates potential impacts. If hotels are ever seriously contemplated for this site, they should come back as a separate proposal with their own environmental review so that the public and decision makers can see the impacts clearly. We respectfully ask the council to direct staff to remove by right hotel uses from the specific plan until a specific project is proposed and properly studied. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Chris Reese. I'm a Santa Ana resident. I come before you most importantly as a proud father raising 2 girls here in town. A very proud father of the community that we live in, of the work that we have done to raise our children here, and to see the support the Segerstrom family has brought to our schools. The schools, Santiago and Orange County School of the Arts, have benefited greatly from the family's investment. And as my fellow parent Long mentioned, we were coming out of COVID. We didn't know how we would survive. The family stepped in without ribbon cuttings, without press releases, without fanfare, without any interest other than keep the arts in our community. And their long-term investment in this community has been so important. Supporting the Village project is supporting that investment, the economic vitality, the housing that my children might be able to live in one day and stay here. Perhaps I can have grandchildren that are raised here one day because of these projects. It's critical to us, and I love this project. Happy to support it. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Emilce Pineda, Jake Serenana, Mark Montonaga. Emilce Pineda, Jake Serenana, Mark Montonaga. If you're here, please come forward.
Buenas noches, honorables miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es Emilce Pineda y he sido trabajadora de hotel por 3 años. Soy miembro de Uniter HIR Local 11, vivo aquí cerca. Santa Ana, como gran parte de California, está en una crisis de vivienda, no en una crisis hotelera. Cuando vivíamos en Santa Ana, era difícil encontrar casa de renta económica. Vivíamos 4 personas en un cuarto y pagábamos $1,400 mensuales. Teníamos que buscar independencia, entonces decidimos buscar una casa, pero también nos tocó compartirla porque pagamos $4,200 de renta mensual. El plan específico propuesto permitirá a hoteles por derecho automáticamente, aunque el desarrollo no está proponiendo ningún hotel y tampoco se estudiaron hoteles en el análisis ambiental. Esto significa sin revisión ambiental, sin participación pública, sin oportunidad para que el Consejo decida si un hotel es aprobado para la comunidad. Por favor, eliminen los usos del hotel de este plan y mantengan el enfoque en la vivienda de las familias trabajadoras de Santa Ana. Necesitan con urgencia. Gracias.
Jake or Mark?
Good evening, my honorable city council members. My name is Emil C. Pineda. I've been in the hotel business for over 3 years with United Hill, Local 11. And Santa Ana has a housing crisis, not a hotel crisis. When we used to live in Santa Ana, we used to rent low-income housing. We couldn't afford a place of our own, so we rented a room for $1,400 per month. And we looked for something bigger. We had to go out, and we still had to share a house because the rent was $4,200 per month. This specific plan allows hotels by right, and the developer does not propose hotels, and doesn't have any CEQA approvals or public participation, and the city council doesn't even have to approve that. So please take out the portions of hotels, because what the families need urgently is housing.
You can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jake, and I am also a member of Unite Here Local 11. Santa Ana, much like the rest of this state, has a dire need for housing, especially affordable housing. And while this city has made strides in adding housing, it is concerning that this village proposal, the specific plan, allows for hotels by right, which means that the public would not have any access to make a comment or decide whether or not a hotel proposal added to this would be good for the community or good for the city. We really should be focusing on making and building affordable housing as much as possible throughout the entire state. And this is a good opportunity to guarantee and add affordable housing for Santa Ana to make it a much more affordable place to live. So please, remove the hotel use and the by right language from this specific plan, and consider requiring affordable housing as a part of this to help your residents, as well as really everybody that lives and works here. So thank you.
Mark Montonaga. Mayor and City Council, that concludes the speaker cards that are present. Councilmember Peñalosa, is there anyone at your location to speak on this public hearing?
No, there are no speakers in my location, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move now to the Zoom speakers. Zoom speakers, when called upon, please dial *6 from your phone or select the microphone icon to unmute from your device and proceed with your comments. You'll have 2 minutes. First speaker, Jared Lindo. Please unmute and make your comments.
Hello, this is Jared Lindo. I've had my hand raised since 5:35 to speak on item number 10, and I was missed, so I'd like to address that. To begin, my name is Jared Lindo, Ward 5 residents of Washington Square. Washington Square is home to more than 6,200 residents and 930 housing units, yet we have no park in our public green space. I'm here in support of a park in our communities. Our families and children are left with no choice but to play in parking lots and along busy streets. 2 schools are located in this community, Heroes Elementary and Wilson Elementary, together serving over 865 children. But once the school day ends, those students are released into a community where they will find no public outdoor space. In a neighborhood this dense, the absence of a park is not just noticeable, it's detrimental. The city has already acknowledged this in the Parks Master Plan as Park Gap Area 15. Washington Square is one of the most park deficient communities in Orange County. Our neighborhood is also recognized by the state of California as a low-income and disadvantaged community, burdened with higher levels of pollution and fewer public amenities. That makes the need for a safe, accessible green space even more urgent. The people who live here understand this best. The message is clear. Our children, families, and seniors need a safe, welcoming place to gather, play, and thrive. This is a rare and timely opportunity. I respectfully urge you to act while the space is available. Creating Washington Square Park will bring equity, health, and safety to Santa Ana. Thank you again for your leadership and for giving the sons and daughters of Santa Ana a voice. That's all. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom, last name Andrews. Please unmute and make your comments on public hearing item 28.
Good evening, Mayor Ameswa, council members, and city staff. My name is Chantel Andrews. I've lived in the city of Santa Ana for 62 years. I've been a homeowner in Ward 4, St. Albans community for 29 years. We share a property line with the Segerstrom's village property. The Segerstrom family has consistently demonstrated what it means to be a good neighbor. They have maintained communication with our HOA, responding promptly to our concerns, and have shown a genuine respect for the character of our neighborhood. We have had the pleasure of working with Maris de Pascual throughout this process, and our experience has been nothing short of a high level of professionalism, accessibility, and transparency. Based on this history throughout the process, we are confident that they will continue to be an outstanding neighbor. I support the Village Santa Ana project. It has the potential to invigorate the South Bristol corridor, transforming an underutilized area into a vibrant mixed-use destination that benefits all of Santa Ana. It is important to recall that the Segerstroms led the way with a successful South Coast Technology Center ahead of the proposed village project, creating local jobs and setting a standard for thoughtful development. That project included agreements with labor, and the village has agreements with the carpenters and Leona. That means thousands of local jobs for Santa Ana residents. An area of particular importance to our community are our schools and our students. This project has the potential to stabilize and increase student enrollment.
Chantel, your time is up. Next speaker on Zoom, phone number that ends in 477. Please unmute and make your comments.
Yeah, this is Dale Helvig, 35-year resident of Ward 3. These are challenging times, and I just want to thank the mayor, the council members, the city staff for all that you're doing. It's really appreciated. Just an interesting fact, last Tuesday on September 9th marked the 175th anniversary for the state of California. So hurrah for that. I support the Washington Square getting a park. I also support fixing downtown parking to revitalize the downtown business center. And on to the point of supporting the Segerstrom project, the village of Santa Ana, it's a quality project that will be an asset to the community. It'll revitalize the area, and along with the related Bristol project, that area is going to be just fabulous. So I hope to see you guys adopt all 5 recommendations from the Planning Commission. Thank you very much.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the Zoom speakers that were in the queue at the beginning of the public hearing. At this time, the applicant can return to the podium to provide rebuttal comments if necessary.
I'm going to call on the City Council at this time to make comments. Would you like to wait, Mr. Minkles? Okay.
Would you like to close the public hearing?
Yeah, we're going to close at this time, and I'm going to open up to the City Council, and then if you want to come up and make a comment. So yes, I know you want to speak. So if you want to speak, please raise your mic, and then I will call on you. Before I do so, I just want to give a little information here that many people come up here at different meetings and always talk about affordable housing. I just want to make something really clear that, and it's wonderful news as far as I think for all of us that are in here. Santa Ana has not only met, but exceeded affordable housing requirements. Let me say that again. We've not only met, but we've exceeded. It has been reported that the city of Santa Ana exceeded its housing goals by over 2,400% in the last RENA cycle and has met more than 50% of its goals in the current cycle. This was in 2023, so now we're in 25, so we've only done more housing now, so we're better. We have Heroes Landing, Orchard, Casa Querencia, Legacy Square, Depot de Santiago, Santa Ana Arts Collective, Estrella, Wise Place, Crossroads at Washington, Westview House, FX Residence. Did I miss one? La Placita, I'm sorry. We have Habitat Humanity doing additional housing. So we have, I mean, we're the charm when it comes to affordable housing. And we've met with the state of California, and they have congratulated us. And I asked them in a meeting, the Councilman Becerra and I were sitting there with the Attorney General's office, actually, because they thought we had done something wrong. They call it the Santa Ana loophole, which when they left, there was no more loophole. And I asked them, is there another city that has done affordable housing and housing better than Santa Ana. They said, no city, Mayor, but Switzerland has. So, well, I guess we're going to go on a trip to Switzerland so we can follow their model. And no, we're not going on a trip to Switzerland, though. But yeah, we could, I guess. We'll have to ask the city manager to give us funding. But I just want to be clear, and that's how I want to start my comments, is because I support this project because Santa Ana is going to look like, I know when I go to Irvine Spectrum and other areas in the county, I can walk, there's splash pads for kids, there's stores, there's restaurants, there's just amazing things. And we can have the same here in Santa Ana. And it can be a beautiful place. So, thank you. And I say that because this is the only comment I'm going to make on this whole project, because I 110% support it. Because I want our members to live here and work here. I want people to come in here and spend their money in our city. I want to generate revenue. Let me say that again. I want to generate revenue, because in Measure X sunsets, the first time it sunsets, people remember we're going to lose $30 million if we're not doing something about this. So this is going to be a great project. It's going to be beautiful. Then we're going to have related as well. I want Santa Ana to look beautiful, and that people are going to come here. And I say that passionately because I think sometimes people in the community act like we don't deserve this. Pobrecitos, we're poor. No, we're not. We deserve this. We deserve it. And for those of you that are here from the Carpenters, La Una, thank you for being here. Thank you. And thank you. And for the parents that came out to thank Segerstrom, the family, they do a lot for our community, and there are many more families and people that can come out and talk about what they do, and they'll know they do not do ribbon cuttings. They do it very quietly, and nobody needs to know, but they do a lot for our community, and so I am looking forward to this project. So let me go now to council members. Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, everybody who came out to our chambers tonight to share your perspectives on this project. I also want to thank the applicant for attending what you said, over 150 community meetings, both large and small, many individual one-on-ones. And I got to tell you, a lot of folks in my ward and the surrounding community have shared with me their appreciation that the applicant made themselves available and returned countless phone calls and emails. And I specifically want to thank Maris and Justin for all the work that you put into this. So as was already stated, this project's going to redevelop an underutilized 17-acre site on the south side of town in Ward 4. Now, although Antonello and the other amazing restaurants are still a draw down there, the project still will turn this site into an exciting mixed-use urban village across the street from an international shopping destination, that being South Coast Plaza. So we're going to see over 1,500 residential units, 80,000 square feet of commercial space, 300,000 square feet of office space, and 13.8 acres of outdoor and recreation space, of which 7.5 acres will be publicly accessible. Our city needs quality economic development, and that's what this project will deliver. Today, the project site generates $525,000 in annual general fund revenues. When this project is developed, our city will see over $5.4 million per year. That's an increase of over $4.9 million, or 10 times more than what our city receives annually today. This project is being developed by a family with deep Santa Ana roots. For those of you that don't know, Henry Segerstrom was the valedictorian of Santa Ana High School back in 1939, where he also served as the class president. He attended Washington Elementary School and Willard Junior High right here in Santa Ana. Now, the Segerstroms are partnering with Heinz, who have quite an impressive resume themselves. The Segerstroms have been known to have outstanding architecture in their developments. In fact, what the guiding principles contained in the specific plan are iconic architectural design and foresighted architecture. So speaking of foresighted architecture, the Planning Commission raised an issue of how the proposed project interfaces with Bear Street, and that the frontages facing Bear Street should include enhanced architecture and pedestrian-oriented elements so that it creates an active and functional building and public realm interface. So, and another guiding principle that's also included is for new residential and commercial buildings to be oriented toward the streets so that they provide easy access for pedestrians. So in Figure 3-1, The conceptual land use plan contained in the specific plan, you have blocks A, B, and C that are on the Bear Street side, and they currently show parking as a ground floor use. So one thing that I'm going to ask of the applicant is that, or I'm going to ask my colleagues actually, that we approve, that we indicate on that figure that at least 50% of those blocks will have either residential or retail commercial facing Bear Street on the ground floor of those blocks. Another issue I want to address is that according to the staff report, construction of the proposed project would be implemented in 5 phases to account for market conditions, and that completion of the project may take up to 20 years. So figure 3-5 within the specific plan shows the circulation network and indicates the installation of 2 new traffic signals along Bear Street. And I know that the Segerstrom and their partners are committed to the quality of life of the surrounding area today as well as in the future. So installing those traffic signals along Bear, especially with the dedicated left turn onto Wakeham, sooner rather than later would go a long way. So I'm hopeful that the applicant will agree to install those traffic signals within the 18 months after the effective date of this approval, should it be approved. Speaking of transportation infrastructure, I absolutely appreciate the inclusion of the Class 4 bike lanes and the layout of the sidewalk and landscaping along Sunflower. So much so that I would like to see that same treatment and configuration along Bear Street as well. So what I'd like to see is the configuration along Sunflower that's shown in figure 3-6B implemented along Bear Street as well. So rather than the current configuration, where it looks like it could probably provide some sort of conflict with the pedestrians and its circulation, I would like to see Bear Street with the same configuration as Sunflower, which shows a sidewalk, landscape, Class 4 bike lane, and landscape. In fact, I would even be open to reducing the size of the existing 15-foot traffic lane along Bear to 11 feet in order to provide enough room to accommodate the configuration shown on Sunflower. I do actually have a question for the applicant, Mayor, if I may ask the applicant. Why is, so in figure 3-13,
You can come up, please, Mr. Mickelson.
it shows commercial loading areas along the northwest portion of the site facing Bear. And so my question is, all the other commercial loading areas kind of face more of an interior?
I'm gonna need to see what
Okay. Does staff have that available?
I apologize.
No, no.
And
Me,
Councilmember,
don't
may I
remember
just
if I
make a
right?
comment real quick? Because I know we closed
Yes,
the
go
public
ahead.
hearing. We may want to just open it because this, if he's going to
Yeah,
testify, we may want to have that information into the record.
Information.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to
So
open
if
it
we're
back
gonna
up,
do
Madam
Q&A.
Clerk, because Councilman Becerra has some questions, and I don't know if any of the council members will have questions for him. Then we'll continue with
Yeah, we can just keep it open and then close it before,
Yeah,
or
sure.
when you get to the deliberation
We'll
stage.
do that. Go ahead, Councilman Becerra. Your time's almost up, so.
Oh, wait, hold on. We got.
What I've been told is there's no commercial loading on Bear.
Okay, great, because that would be something I would ask that we not do. So I would go ahead and ask for that figure to be amended so that it shifts it a little east so we don't see anything fronting along Bear. Perfect. So I want to thank Mayor Mesqua. Thank you, Justin. I want to thank Mayor Mesqua for allowing me to serve on the ad hoc committee regarding this development agreement alongside with Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. Our city will receive $9.3 million in community benefit funds over the construction of this project. Mr. City Manager, it's my understanding that the community benefit funds will be paid in 4 payments correlating to each phase, and the funds must be paid prior to the issuance of demolition permits for each phase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And also the community benefits funds, they will be appropriated during our very open and very public city budget process. Is that correct?
That is our intention, yes.
Okay, thank you. So speaking of community benefits of this project, I'm happy to see that the Segerstroms and Hines are going to have laborers from Local 652 and the carpenters, of which my grandfather was a carpenter, building. I'm happy to see you guys, happy to see my union brothers and sisters here tonight. I'm going to be part of this project. This project will create 9,000 new jobs and $700 million in city captured labor income. 1,000 of those jobs will be reoccurring, along with $133 million in recurring city captured labor income. So Santa Ana is the capital of Orange County.
Councilman Becerra, if you can wrap it up for me, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Santa Ana is the capital of Orange County, And we're a thriving capital city, but every thriving capital city needs to have a balance of uses. Our city is on pace to exceed its state-mandated affordable housing and other residential development requirements, far outpacing any other city in Orange County. In the latest Housing Element Annual Progress Report, Santa Ana issued over 4,400 permits for housing units across all affordability categories. This project provides housing while also providing much-needed commercial spaces. Santa Ana cannot thrive or survive by only providing the housing for other city workers and other cities' economic engines. Previous city leaders did not cultivate this level of economic development. Instead, they chose to force higher sales tax on our residents. There have been plenty of commentary about whether a hotel should be included in this development. It was my initial understanding that a hotel was not a part of this proposed development, but the prospect of a hotel, though, is exciting and should be welcomed and encouraged. The best kind of taxes for our city is not the kind that our residents pay. It's the TOT taxes that come from visitors staying at our hotels that will help fund our city services and ease the financial burden on our residents. When other cities propose and approve hotels, they aren't protested. They're not opposed. Heck, they're celebrated in other cities. Meanwhile, Santa Ana will continue, no matter what, to be a leader in housing. But Santa Ana deserves more than just nice things. Santa Ana deserves the best. We're the capital of Orange County, and hell, there wouldn't even be an Orange County if it wasn't for Santa Ana and its leaders and its pioneers like William Spurgeon and James McFadden. So it wouldn't have continued to grow without the investment of folks like Henry Segerstrom and his family. So tonight we have a proposal from the Segerstroms for one of their finest developments, and it is not only located in our city, but it's also located in my ward and my community. And so with that, Madam Mayor, I'm wrapping up with, I would like to go ahead and make a motion, if I could. Now, do we need to close the hearing to do it?
Yeah, we haven't closed it yet, so let's
We haven't
do it.
closed it because it depends on
No,
whether
because
other
what if
council
other
members
members have questions?
Exactly.
I can still make a motion, Councilmember Lopez.
No, hold on, it's okay.
Yes, but we would
I
keep the
heard
public
you.
hearing open.
I'm trying to say, thank you, Madam City Attorney. I got this. We haven't closed it, so let's not make a motion yet. Okay. Councilman Hernandez, you're up, and hopefully you stay within some timeline.
Absolutely. I'll be very respectful of everyone's time. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to members of the public and our city staff for doing their due diligence to make sure that this was a transparent process where the public was included. I want to thank the Segerstrom family for going out of your guys' way to ensure that our residents were met halfway. 150 community meetings speaks volumes to the commitment to hearing out our residents. And that's why this project is a reflection of the needs of the community. Over 13.8 acres of public and private outdoor and recreation space in a part of the community that lacks green space. There's going to be community benefits, community benefit payment of $9,300,000 in 4 payments. Mr. City Manager, could you give us an idea as to what type of community benefits could the community receive in terms of these $9,300,000? Where could this be invested?
So I think it'd be premature to actually outline where we can deliberate on that fact. But
just so the public gets an idea of what a community benefit means and what these dollar amounts, equal.
So the reality that allows us to yield that financial aspect, put it someplace else in the city. So the
Such
other
as
community
libraries,
benefits, sometimes street improvements, and even housing in certain parts of the city.
And that is
Splash
decided.
pads. We want splash pads.
Yes, splash pads. And that is decided through the budget process, which is available to all members of the public.
Right.
Wonderful. There is also inclusionary housing. The in lieu fee for the project is estimated to be $7,100,000. Could you tell us, what does the city of Santa Ana do with those inclusionary housing funds totaling $7,100,000?
Well, allow for housing developments here in the city of Santa Ana.
So that'll be the city investing $7,100,000 back into the community to build affordable housing.
Correct.
Addressing the need for affordable housing.
Yes.
And that is coming from the Segerstrom family.
As part of this development approval.
Wonderful. I also am very supportive of seeing that the Planning Commission brought forth a discussion including the following topics. I'm supportive of seeing the native lands acknowledgement. We are on the Hachman Tongva land. Long before we had our local governments, this was native land. So I think it's important that we do highlight that and we include it in the project. The project interface with Bear Street, I'm also supportive of. I support the amendments made by Councilmember Becerra, and I am 100% supportive of the fact that the Segerstrom family brought forward a project that is going to include skilled and trained workforce, union jobs. Over 1,000 union jobs. I wouldn't be sitting at this dais, I've said it many times. My grandfather was a member of Labor Local 652 for over 40 years. And my uncles are also members of the Carpenters Union. And so I am a reflection of organized labor. And I know that when we have skilled and trained workforce and union agreements, we're able to keep our families closer together. I am supportive of seeing, if there is going to be a hotel built, I only want to see a union hotel be built. That should be built by union members, by members of our community. And the workers that work inside that union, the workers that work inside that hotel should also be union. They should be members of Unite Here. And so with that being said, so that we have equity for all of our workers here in Orange County, I want to strike the hotel use permissibility and ensure that we have a full transparent process that allows for them to go through full discretionary with the Planning Commission to ensure that there are no gaps in any development projects that accomplishes a commitment to skilled and trained workforce and a commitment to union jobs. Equity for all of our workers in Orange County, and I'm looking forward to seeing this project move forward. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Thank you so much. I think a lot our council members have said so much. Thank you, Mayor, for mentioning all the affordable housing we have. We do deserve this project. We do deserve affordable housing, and we do deserve for every Santanero to have a safe and affordable place to live. We've done a lot, but we have a long way to go. Let's keep working together to make sure those things happen and continue the work. It's hard work. This is going to bring a lot of union jobs to Santa Ana, and I appreciate the local laborers. My dad as well was a local labor union member. Our family was built on the union. We are 4 out of 6 of us are union members, and I have we're all Santa Ana educators and union members, so we respect that as well. At this time, and I appreciate the work that you did for the outreach for 150 meetings. That was beautiful, but at this time, a hotel has not been proposed, and the community deserves the chance to weigh in before any such is considered in their neighborhood. Any future proposal for a hotel should come back before the council with the full opportunity for public input. This is an amazing project, but we do have to make sure we go through the process each and every time. And the work that Segerstrom does, I don't see any problem pushing forward a hotel in that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Fan, please.
Hi. Question for Director Prazesh Kapoor. Can you explain why the hotel use is included in the specific plan? I'm sorry if I missed it.
Thank you, council members. So the applicant has included several uses in their use matrix permissibility, senior care, congregate care, hotel, that are not part of the immediate plans for development for the site. So by including hotel and these other uses that I mentioned, it creates an avenue for them to develop that should market conditions change and there's a ripeness for hotel and demand for rooms in that area. So by including it as a permissible use, the applicant is proposing that basically if a hotel were to be viable economically in that area throughout the build out of the specific plan, that it would come to staff and go through a staff level review through the city's development review committee and be evaluated subject to the development standards and design guidelines that are contained within the draft specific plan. The request to have it be subject to a CUP would still entail that process I described, but would result in it going to the Planning Commission for a public hearing instead of being subject to staff approval.
I'm sorry, will you repeat that last part again about the CUP?
The CUP would still require a staff level review of the project, so staff would look at the design, the development standards, also for like a comparative CEQA analysis as well to make sure that the scope of what was evaluated from an environmental standpoint applies to this project as well through like equivalency factors. And then at the conclusion of all that, the only difference is that the CUP would require then the project to go to the Planning Commission for a public hearing, as opposed to if it were allowed permissibly, then still staff review, still CEQA evaluation, but then approvable by staff.
Got it. And if additional, so there were some comments that stated that a hotel use was not adequately, how do I say it, analyzed as part of this EIR. But in that case, if there is a request to build a hotel, if necessary, you just do a supplemental, right?
Well, one would look at the CEQA checklist and the Seaward guidelines. So, you know, in one scenario, again, depending on what is proposed, right, it's all hypothetical, could be a supplemental EIR if it were something, you know, totally blowing out some of the assumptions in the document, all the way down to an addendum or other type of document. So CEQA gives a menu of options for that. But if there's a desire for like more precise CEQA guidelines, our legal counsel from Best Best & Krieger is here as well, Hannah Park, who could help answer that technically as well.
No, that's fine. And my follow-up question is for applicant. Yes, Justin, will you please?
You should just stay up here because I'm going to call you. Thank you. Go.
Happy to do it.
So, you know, for this hotel use, I guess the goal is, right, with any business, you want to see if the market changes, you could convert. Would you convert something into a hotel, or would you not build something to build a hotel instead?
So it's an important question. If you were here the night at Planning Commission, we were as surprised as the planning commissioners were, the nature of the discussion. Night here, I am a native of Detroit. My stepfather was a 30-year UAW worker. My grandfather was a Teamster. And what I believe is not as important. It's what the Sagerstrom family believes, which is to partner. And you are owed the respect of timely outreach and communication. And in this situation, Unite Here never reached out to us one time because a discussion about a hotel that's not contemplated, that's not planned, this may have been able to be addressed and put to bed before. So what I'll offer Councilwoman Fan and to the others who have made this is that it's to show, being transparent to you as I've been through this process, as the family has been, is we are not building a hotel. So if part of this motion needs to be to strike the hotel use from it so that it is not an option for the city or for us, then we will support you in that manner. I need to be truthful, and I don't fully understand because we were never communicated to, not a single time by Unite Here. We've talked with multiple labor groups over 2 projects over 18 months. They never reached out, they never talked to us. And so if that's what you need to do, and I respect that, and they need that language, then we would support you striking the language from it, so.
That's helpful to know. I guess I have a follow-up question, and you know, obviously you're working with some of the construction trades in order to build aspects of the project, and maybe this is still on the hotel thing, but if there were to be a hotel, is it something that the Segerstroms have typically done to continue working with these different labor groups, or is that something you've done before?
So one, I respect the question. It is a hypothetical.
Yes.
So what I will say is that promises made, promises kept. I made a commitment to you and to your colleagues, both on South Coast Technology Center and on this project, that we would not bring you a problem. We would partner. And why? Because these workers here and the 3 groups that we agreed with on South Coast Technology Center, they do quality work. But we also committed to you to bring you a quality project. And there are not endless dollars and resources to do that. So you've asked us to partner with you in bringing a project of great quality across the street into the village. We're going to do that. And we're going to partner with labor on this. So I would say to you, I don't know a scenario where we have not. And standing before you, we've done it now 2 times in a row in 2 years.
Yeah, that's really helpful. I think I understand the desire to have something like this already be in the specific plan, because as the economic environment changes, we want to be flexible. We don't want to have, because time is money, right? Especially with changes in tariffs and all of those other delays. So that's really helpful. I guess the last thing I'll ask is, when you're doing this community outreach, did you find any concerns regarding the density of the uses or anything like that?
So, very good question initially. So, we had been going through the process for some time, and I should say it early and often, we're supportive of Related Bristol. We think it's going to be an outstanding project. As was noted in Ali's presentation, there's already been collaboration in putting density in different places. One of the issues with that density being placed there is we did a shade and shadow, and kind of my baseball statistic on that to deal with this density issue is one parking space with a stall gets shaded for 1 hour, 1 day a year. So no one's house, no one's backyard is being impacted. But to bring it into that discussion, the Related Bristol project, again, and I want to keep saying it in support of it, they have maxed out their density. So we were uncovering that level of concern within the public because we were going so far beyond the outreach that was required by the city, even at 2,000 feet. People were asking us about those questions. The family had made a decision which was not prompted by Related Bristol, nor by the members of the community, meaning we did not scale back the project. What we want to bring you with under 1,600 units, a reduced FAR, an increased parking ratio, is to make sure we are that great quality partner for the city and for the neighbors in the community. So we uncovered it, but it was mostly at the time in discussion about Related, because at that point Related had moved ahead of us. Mm-hmm. And there was a famous moment, because I've been doing development for almost 2 decades. Ali may have been there for this presentation, and a gentleman got up at our first Sunshine meeting. And he got up and he said, this is just another developer building every square foot and every inch they can possibly get. And then we gave the presentation and he was stunned. And he said, well, you're not building out. Well, it was almost like the Switzerland loophole. Like, there has to be something that you're doing. No developer builds less than their density. The Sagerstrom family only wants to build timeless quality, and they're going to build what they think they can deliver and make a commitment to you on. Nothing more and nothing less. So the density issue has fallen back as we've been out in the community, and that's why we wanted to spend extra time, is making sure we address that, and to make sure that the public knew we're not maxing the density on the site. And there's been great support for that.
Thank you. I think this question is for staff. It might be for housing staff. So I see that we have $7.1 million in lieu fees, right? And that $5 per square foot in lieu is less than the $15 that we would typically charge per square feet, but that's because there is going to be the use of skilled and trained, correct?
The $5 a square foot is a result of the development agreement being the vehicle to renegotiate a rate. So in 41-1900, SAMC section 41-1900, that's the AHOCO ordinance, it says that certain projects are exempt from the WHO or may have different rates, and development agreements are one vehicle to negotiate a different rate. So it's 2 different topic matters. The
2 different exceptions to the rule.
Right.
Right,
exactly.
and part of that is because we're also getting a community benefit of over $9 million. But the $7.1 million, because I know there were a lot of conversations or comments about affordable housing, and I do understand that we are on track to far surpass our RENA requirement, but I think we all know there's the standard that's imposed by the state, and then there's also the need, right? I think there's a lot of confounding factors, but the $7.1 million would be used for affordable housing, right? Or something like that. We've used the $7.1 million to help with the rental board, rental registry, Habitat for Humanity. We've used it for, am I correct in this?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay, so I guess I do want to just alleviate maybe some of the concerns saying that there's no affordable housing, because right, there's the option of either building it on site or paying the in lieu fee. I think that's all the questions I have right now. Thank you so much.
Councilwoman Lopez, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions for you, Justin. Thank you. The Councilwoman asked a lot of what I was going to ask, so thank you. But, you know, you can, well, I don't have any other questions, right? But, oh, got it. Thank you. And first, I think I want to start with affirming that Santa Ana is beautiful. It's why people choose to live here and do business here, and I'm a proud resident of the city. And I do want to thank our city staff and the applicant and the family, of course, and every single person that I may know of and people that I have never met who have brought this project forth in front of us and have gotten it to this point. And I also want to thank all the workers in the room, whether you help clean hotels or whether you build that housing that we desperately need in the state. And the laborers, thank you for being here. Thank you for being involved. And I especially want to thank you for living in the city of Santa Ana. That is very meaningful to me, and I know that it means a lot to this council. And I also just want to thank, again, the family for recognizing that times change and that we can make better use of some of these plots that exist in the city. Because every time I'm in the area, you know, I see it half empty. And so I do want to thank folks for recognizing the partnership that can exist here in terms of economic development, bringing jobs to the city, and ultimately the long-term vision of providing a need that our residents have asked for in terms of housing. And so I do look forward to seeing this ultimate product be finalized. And I also, again, Councilwoman Fan asked some of the questions that I've spoken to folks about in terms of the language that was brought up during the Planning Commission and that we've heard about here today, right? You can go one way or the other here, but I do think that that idea is a good one, in fact. And so so on the project itself, those are my comments. I do want to say, though, in terms of the ad hoc committee formation, I would like to see us move away from that, right? This is the second time that a massive project goes through the ad hoc with the same members. And for me, it is much more better for this process to encompass all 7 members, have all 7 members deliberate publicly about the benefits that can be a part of our future of the city. And I know that this has happened in the past, right, with different projects. So that's what I would like to see be considered by members of this council and by members of this council. But again, thank you, everybody. I know it's 9:33. You've all been waiting for a really long time. And I think from what I hear, people are ready to vote.
Okay, so before we move forward, I'm going to give you the updated March 2025 housing fact sheet. 5,130 housing units were issued building permits from 2021 to 2024. So when we're talking about affordable, permanent supportive housing, there's a whole list of them, including La Placita. And so 2024 groundbreaking openings, there is 5. Over 6,200 residential units are currently in construction, development, project review, or permitted. So I just want to again stress the fact that Santa Ana, the city of Santa Ana, has great projects going on for affordable housing. I see you nodding, Mike, so thank you. And for permanent supportive housing and housing in general. And so I am so happy that we're bringing now this project. So Councilman Becerra, I believe you made a motion, and I will second your motion. Go ahead.
I hadn't made it yet, but if I may.
I'm sorry, let me close.
Yeah,
I'm going to close the public hearing.
And then if we could
May I
just
make a comment?
confirm.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Penalosa, there you go, go ahead.
Still here.
Of course, thank you. And I also
I didn't know you were there, I apologize.
I announced my attendance in the beginning of the meeting, Mayor. I wanted to bring up Justin, if you can. I just had a question regarding this hotel stuff. And Justin, you know that from the very beginning, one of the main requests that I had as going through this project is my desire to want a hotel as part of this project because of our, desire to generate revenue through TOT tax. And I want to thank Councilman Becerra for making that comment earlier about the generating revenue with transient occupancy tax. But you did say that you guys had no intention to build a hotel. So I just wanted to get clarity on that. Is that something that you could just clarify on why that language would be in there if you had said that there's no desire to build a hotel?
It was multiple options, and Ali, I don't want to get over my skis, but if you'll help me, it's pivoting off of kind of the city's visioning for the South Bristol corridor, available options that are there. So while we did include it because of market, I'm trying to orient myself to where I think David might be right now. So, sorry if I look like my head is moving around.
Just look up and pretend you're talking.
You told me your voice would be coming from the heavens. Okay, so it is.
Don't give him that much credit.
No. So the best way I can address it, and in going back with the transparency before that, it's not contemplated, is that in any large scale development over years, you want to have options and you want to be able to meet the demand, the market demand for that area. I think Ali listed at least 6 or 7 other options that I think also pivot off of kind of the vision of what could be used in the South Bristol corridor as a potential option. So it's really nothing more than that. So I wish I could provide you, council member, with more clarity other than there could be a potential option in the future that we don't foresee at this time. We operate a hotel in Costa Mesa, and I feel if we were truly incentivized, we would be having those discussions with family members right now, and it's simply not happening, and it is just not part of this project.
Now, if that was something that you guys would consider in the future, let's say, 5, 10, 15 years from now, whenever the market does change, is that something that you'd be willing to come before the city council at the time, whoever that may be, for approvals?
I mean, if the market demands it and the family would like to address that on site, then yes, to have the crystal ball for 10 or 15 years, I can't say for certain, but I think bringing this back full circle, perhaps a lot of this confusion could have been bypassed if Unite Here would have communicated what their thoughts, what their concerns, what their worries were, and they just did not. And I'll be clear with you, in some form or fashion, I'm having some difficulty tracking it. And I think the simplest, sometimes the most simple solution is what the solution is. And in this case, we're not contemplating a hotel. There could be a lot of hypotheticals around it. So we would just suggest that you strike the language. I know that's an impact for the city as well, but I'd be hard pressed with the other issues to address here to fight for a project component that we did not contemplate.
Thank you for answering that question, Justin. I think that would be probably, in my opinion, the best course to do is to strike the language, just to give the community some peace of mind and comfort, because it's about just having a transparent process in the future for whoever may be in these seats, no matter what. I know that 15 years from now, none of us will probably be on the city council. It'll be a completely different one. So I'd love to offer whoever that may be the opportunity to make that decision and make that call when that comes. But aside from that, I do want to thank, before I move on to thank you, I do have to say that I want to agree with my colleague, Councilmember Lopez, on, I wouldn't put it so much on the union that came in to speak about this, but more on the ad hoc model. And I want to thank Councilmember Lopez for bringing that up, because I agree. We should move away from the ad hoc model. City staff, that is my request for any major projects that come before us, because every time that these projects of this magnitude and size come before us, it is the same ad hoc members, and we do fall into this dance where numerous entities come to us at the 10th hour and saying, hey, we didn't know about this, and we're all caught off guard and surprised. So I would hope that we move away from the ad hoc model in the future, and then us as a city council do have the ability to not move forward with an ad hoc. So I would definitely be supportive of that, moving away from that in the future when it comes to this. But I do want to thank you, Justin, and the Segerstrom family and South Coast Plaza for bringing this project to our city. It's something that's transformative, and it's an investment that our city deserves. And I know that just walking through South Coast Plaza, I know that you guys do quality work and do you don't do anything on the cheap. And the Santa Ana deserves this type of investment. And I want to thank you for using the skilled and trained workforce. And I know laborers 652 are in the house and the carpenters are in the house. And I want to thank you guys for coming out tonight to speak in support of this project, and know that you guys are going to have a bite of this apple. So with that, I would see, I don't know if I could ask my colleague, Councilmember Becerra, if he would agree to that amendment to striking that language.
Yeah, we're not there yet, Councilman Penaloza. We're getting there right now.
Okay. But Justin, those are the only question I had for you. Is I do want to thank you for bringing this project to us, and thank you for your very, very intense outreach that you have done over the last couple of years. I know you brought this project up to me, I want to say like 5 years ago, about this idea. So I know it's been a long time coming. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Penaloza. Justin, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor, honorable members of the council. Going through this process, it's surreal to be here tonight, and it's incredible to hear your comments and your support on behalf of the project. I never take lightly how a large project like this impacts others, and I just think it's going to be another exciting phase for the family and the company to be partnering with the city of Santa Ana. When I first joined the company almost 20 years ago, I was already hearing, please work with us across the street, bring something to us. And this was exciting 10 years ago to come to that point. I do, if I could, would like to address just a couple of the items which I perceive to be in the motion. And if they're not, I apologize for that. I believe Councilmember Becerra, your initial motion at the beginning.
I haven't made the motion yet, but I think you have some idea of some things that will be included.
Yeah. May I address them?
Sure.
Mayor, thank you. First, Ali, would you mind pulling up 2 slides we did provide the city, specifically because of the question and discussion that happened at Planning Commission, and Councilmember Becerra, they're directly related to one of your questions and comments, and I hope to have that discussion with colleagues.
So the applicant did provide some supplemental imagery. This is one of the slides that was provided by the applicant, showing what a typical section along Bear Street would resemble once built out.
So this is the pedestrian walkway. This was part of our discussion with the city. We did not use all the slides, and I think to some degree, the slides that were used up through Planning Commission left the idea that the majority of that frontage was parking structure. And as I've had comments with some of you through the process since Planning Commission, is that we do not perceive there to be a front or back to this project. The architecture, the design will come out on all sides of this project, including the landscaping, the setbacks. We do have Mark Montanaga here, who was called to speak, but he's on our team. I think he just wanted to make sure he was ahead of the game. But he can address part of the landscaping and the architecture, as we have an architect here as well. But there is another slide that, based on the concern and the discussion from Planning Commission, we wanted to bring that up. Ali, do we have the second slide? So this is the actual view. And we had this internally, but we decided to provide it for this. So to be clear, this is not a parking structure facing Bear Street. And then on top of it, you do have the center medians, which don't exist today, which will be landscaped. We want to energize this part of the project, walkability, engagement, and aesthetically pleasing to both the city and to the members in the community. So that brings to the first, which may or may not be a part of the motion. And in the robust discussion with the ad hoc, there was a good back and forth. And in one of those scenarios, we felt comfortable that we could deliver South Coast Plaza quality retail at a clip about 50% of what we ultimately agreed to. We went up to 50% in phase one. Is that correct? I want to make sure I'm getting the numbers correct. That was, in an open discussion, that was concerning. And we would hope that you and your colleagues would believe that we do have some level of expertise in making sure you bring quality retail, the right tenants across the street. And we are having discussions with tenants who want to be on the Costa Mesa side, and we are pushing, prodding, negotiating about them coming over to the Santa Ana side. I don't like to speak in hyperbole, exaggerate, but I would have to say right now, as I said at Planning Commission, right now agreeing to 50% retail frontage on that side can't happen. And I fully respect every bit of the concern and the worry, and I am going to ask you, council member and your colleagues, to trust us that there is not a back door to this. And as I commented to Commissioner Escamilla at that hearing, who brought it up, is down the road, we have to have the density. And we already feel that we're probably putting in more in phase one than is probably good for the project, but we believe we can handle it. And we understood why the request was made, is to get sales tax moving immediately. So we really need your support to focus on getting that right grouping of stores and retail in that center. They're not going to want to be pushed out to the outside. They are going to want to be together and build that momentum. And then what I can commit to you, I just can't commit right now with the structure of those buildings right now, is that down the road, when this project is up and successful, that perhaps the type of uses that we have along Anton at the back of the parking structure, where Pizzeria Ortica once was, those are real options. Why do I say that to you? It goes right back to what Councilwoman Fan had mentioned before, because we can show you we've done it, right? There's a clear intent to continue to invest and make those decisions. But I am told by people way smarter than me right now is that we cannot commit to that 50% frontage. And I ask you, with great respect of you, is that if the concern really is activation, walking, and architecture, we will bring that to that side. We just cannot commit in this hearing to retail along Bear Street as part of the agreement.
Mayor, if I may ask, so when I was describing earlier, I was asking for either retail or residential.
And residential does front that.
No, but not on the ground floor, and that's my concern. So right now, what I see there, I respect it, I get it. You've got great architects, you guys are trying to do it, but at the pedestrian scale along Bear, I see people walking. That's not pedestrian scale. And with all due respect to the folks in Costa Mesa, what I see south of Sunflower over towards, I'm going to say Avenue of the Arts, like kind of going the newer stuff, the ground floor is not pedestrian scale, and I don't want that.
So I will have to admit then to you that I am not authorized, nor do I have the ability to redesign a building at this point to make that commitment to you. I can look to see if I have any of my colleagues that can talk about the reason why we perhaps can't meet that in a discussion here today, and I apologize to you, Councilman.
Well, this is a conceptual plan, right? So in other words, I'm not asking you to tell me who the tenants are going to be or what the exact specs are going to look like. These are all conceptual plans. If we were to reduce that percentage, maybe say 25% per those blocks, it's just having some sort of presence along that stretch there. We're not trying to suck away the density of commercial within the project. It's having some sort of presence. 25% of that space is not that much.
And again, I would love to say yes. I'm not an architect. I didn't design the building. I didn't get a, well, maybe. I got a, we can't. So I'll look now to see if there's perhaps someone else. Bryce, do you want to address the structure of it? I apologize, Councilman John.
Yes, good evening. My name is Bryce Osborne. I'm the Director of Architecture and Planning for CJ Segersrom. At the moment, the reason residential wasn't considered along Bear Street was about creating a sense of community. You know, we want the community to be inward to the village, that the front yard for these residential tenants is looking down into an activated area. The concern has been if we put residential kind of on the perimeter like that, it won't be well activated, it won't be comfortable, it won't feel like you're a part of the community. And the whole key here is to create a village environment, a community, you know, where you see your neighbors, where you engage with that. So that was kind of the fear, is if we put resi on the corners and on the periphery, that it'll just be kind of not a part of the project or won't feel a part of the project.
But you know what that tells me as a neighbor of your project? It tells me you want to turn your back to me and my neighbors. And that's, I mean, I'm going to say it's borderline offensive. And I think that's where, you know, I initially said 50%. If we can even scale it a little bit just to have some sort of presence along that stretch, I don't think that's a terrible ask. It's one thing to say 100%, right? Because if we're talking about I forget what you said, the pizzeria.
Ortica.
Yeah. So that whole stretch there is all commercial, right? That from one corner to the other corner is pure commercial. I'm not asking for that. I'm not asking you to slap commercial up against that parking for that entire stretch. I'm saying, can we pepper it just so that there's a presence, so that folks walking along Bear don't feel like their backs, or they're seeing the back of the building. And I get it. It's going to be landscaped. It's going to have all those things. But at the end of the day, having that presence along the ground floor helps the pedestrian scale along that stretch. And you guys are doing such a good job on other parts of the project. It would really be helpful to have that along Bear as well.
I again, without, you know, having people far smarter than me interjecting, there is never an intent to offend. This has been years of analysis as to what would work and what would be quality. And if we look at that second slide again, I don't find anything offensive. Now, you represent the public, and I think you are a good arbiter of that, but the intent is to bring that type of architecture across the street from what is now a parking lot, and I'm told that that is not part of the design, and that's not something I'm authorized or able to negotiate here tonight.
So you came in tonight, absolutely, it's either our way 100% or nothing.
No, we had given up a number of things through the process.
No, I mean tonight. You guys came in with just, that's it, 100% or nothing.
I was told that that is something that we simply cannot do.
So you guys could not add anything on the ground floor?
I'm told we cannot.
100% cannot do it.
Okay, so they cannot. They said 3 times. So.
Okay. No, I want to make sure because I've done what they do.
3 times.
I know, and I've done what they've done before, and typically you don't go in and say all or nothing.
But it's asked and
Let me
answered.
be clear, that if anything, if I would be given just the grace of that, our communication, my communication to you and your colleagues has never been that. And I would ask you to take into account the way in which this is not drawing a line. We are not fighting you. I am told that this has had many hours with architects, consultants, design, that is not something from the microphone that after years of design and planning that they can commit to. And I don't have the ability to commit to you. Then other things, I mean, I've removed the language of a hotel. I think we're known for being quality hotel. And I just would say, Councilman, this is not meant to be in disrespect. It's not meant to be adversarial. It's a design element that simply we believe does not work.
Okay, well then let me ask real quickly just a couple more questions, and so we'll get off the facade there for a second. Are you able to amend the cross section along Bear when it comes to the Class 4 bike path to reflect what it looks like along Sunflower?
Yeah, so I think that is part of a discussion we can have. I was told that it was inconsistent with the city's bike plan, and I don't know if that's...
The city's mobility element shows a bike path, and our acting public works director can get into more details coming down Bear Street to the property line for this project. And then from the property line south to Sunflower, there's actually no bike path shown on there, leaving it up to the sort of like implementing projects to design. So if Acting Director Rosas has any more detail to add.
Thank you, Rudy, for coming in.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. That is correct. Ali frames that just right. I would say from my perspective, there are some details to work out with council members' requests, but just looking at the cross-section, there's no sort of fatal flaw into that. So if the applicant is willing to entertain that change, that's something we can work out in the specific approval of the street improvement plans.
So that can be worked out at a later date.
Correct.
Thank you.
So Justin, is that acceptable?
It is acceptable.
Okay, and then we already talked about the loading zones. As far as the 2 traffic signals.
Yes.
Are you okay with installing those in 18 months?
So generally, yes. The only thing is we don't foresee with the work that would come ahead being able to put a shovel in the ground for 2 years. And we do think there might be some level of a concern about changing Bear Street, putting in lights and traffic. You know, at that point, it could be, you know, half a year prior to even commencing construction. At the Planning Commission hearing, I did talk about saying it's about 2 years from approval to put a shovel in the ground, not taking into consideration potential impacts within the economy. So I would love to say, yes, we can do it, but I would offer, council member, if you think, as I committed, which was the request of the Planning Commission, that in phase 1, that would be dedicated and confirmed as part of phase 1.
So how about 24 months? All right, perfect. All right, so I'll go ahead. Thank you. Can we close the hearing and I'll make a motion?
No, because now you've opened up more questions. Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, thank you. And this is again why I asked for us to move away from the ad hoc model, because to me, some of these issues should have already been finalized, and I don't understand the purpose of trying to redesign. In fact, I feel uncomfortable trying to do that from the dais. And so I do want to thank Councilman Peñalosa for supporting my request. And Justin, I just wanted to circle back and thank you for offering to strike the language from what is before us today. And, you know, I recognize that you and your team don't have to offer that up. So that's why I want to thank you, because I really do appreciate partnership and I value honesty. And you are, what I'm seeing is that you are putting into practice what you said earlier, right? Not putting this council in a difficult position. And I just want to thank you and your team for doing that here. So those are going to be my final comments, and I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, thank you. So, Justin, thank you so much for answering all the questions. And Mr. City Manager, Madam City Attorney, as far as the ad hoc, I have no problem not having ad hocs when it comes to, because it's a lot of work to set up meetings, and then it will need to come here before the council, because unless we're going to call special meetings, and sometimes council members cannot make special meetings. So I have no problem having just council meeting, the entire council. So we could talk about that. I'm all for that. So I support that 100%.
And just know, Mayor, that as under the Brown Act, you can appoint an ad hoc at any time.
Correct.
Under the Brown Act. And, you know, one of the things we could talk about is, you know, maybe it's the consistent reporting back to the council for the transparency, right? That I think maybe what I'm hearing some of the council members say, that it happens and it just shows up one night and they didn't have an opportunity to know what was being discussed or what's going on.
And that can come, that information can come from the city manager's office. It doesn't necessarily need to come from us.
Correct.
It can come from the city manager's office. So thank you, I appreciate that. So at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. There's no other comments.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion.
I know, hold on. There's no further discussion. Councilman Becerra made a motion. I second the motion. Let's do a roll call, Madam Clerk.
I haven't made the motion yet.
Oh, Jesus, again, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let's keep it accurate. All right, so I will go ahead and, let's see. All right, so I'll make the motion to adopt the resolution for the final supplemental EIR and the environmental findings of facts and a statement of overriding considerations for the project, adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the project, and approving the project, adopting the vesting tentative track map, adopting the resolution overruling the Orange County Airport Land Use Commission's determination, conduct a first reading, and adopt an ordinance approving amendment application 2025-01 and approving the zone change for the project site from specific development number 48 to specific plan number 6 with the following conditions. First, amend table 4-1 for hotel to go from permitted to requiring a conditional use permit. Second, amend figure 3-8B, the Bear Street proposed cross-section to reflect the same configuration of sidewalk, landscape, class 4 bike lane, and landscape buffer between the class 4 bike lane and vehicular traffic lane as shown on figure 3-6B, Sunflower Avenue proposed cross-section with the potential reduction of the adjacent vehicular traffic lane along Bear Street from 15 feet to 11 feet. Amend figure 3-16, conceptual bicycle network to indicate a class 4 bike path along Bear Street. Next, amend figure 3-13, the proposed loading zones to indicate no commercial loading zones along Bear Street, Sunflower Avenue, and Plaza Drive. And finally, the 2 traffic signals planned for Bear Street indicated in figure 3-5 will be installed within 24 months from the effective date of this ordinance. And finally, conduct a first reading and adopt an uncodified ordinance approving development agreement 2025-01.
I'll second your motion.
I second your motion earlier, but just to clarify, Ali, we talked about the street lights. It was 24 months?
Correct.
Okay, so I had already seconded his motion. So let's prepare to do a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Mayor Amezcua to approve. Bear with me, please.
You know, Councilmember, before we take the vote, given that we discussed that the applicant was willing to strike the language, would you accept an amendment to strike it completely?
So you want no hotel? I'm saying.
No, we can come back.
But that's what I said. So we modified it from permitted to conditional use permit, which means if they decide to go for a hotel, they would go through the process, which would be planning commission and city council.
They would have to come back.
Right. Yeah, I'm just saying the easiest thing would be since they offered to strike it completely.
So you'd rather just clip their wings and say no hotel. I'm saying if they want to have one, they can go through the public process. It gives them the option.
Yeah, and I'm saying.
If you don't want a hotel, vote no.
Do you mind not interrupting me while I'm trying to offer a friendly amendment?
Let her finish, please.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm saying that given the public discussion that just happened and the fact that they just said, listen, we don't need to have this language in here. I understand the CUP process. I understand that if you keep it, they can come back and go through the planning commission. I'm saying since the applicant has already stated that they don't need to have the language included in our motion tonight, would you be open, would the rest of the council members be open to not having it?
I'm not open to it. In fact, from hearing from the community, including the folks from Unite Here, what they want is transparency and they want an open process, which is by giving it a CUP for the hotel that would allow that process. I don't understand why there would be a desire to clip the applicant's wings by saying no hotel when we can say if they want to do it, they would return at a separate time and apply and go through the Planning Commission and City Council.
Okay, so let's prepare to vote. Madam City Clerk, can you conduct the roll call, please?
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Mayor Amezcua, to approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana certifying the final supplemental environmental impact report for the Village Santa Ana specific plan project, adopting environmental findings of fact and a statement of overriding considerations for the project pursuant to CEQA, and adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Adopting a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana approving vested tentative tract map number 2025-06 as conditioned for the Village Santa Ana specific plan project generally located at 1561 West Sunflower Avenue. Adopting a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana overruling the Orange County Airport Land Use Commission's determination that the Village Santa Ana specific plan project generally located at 1561 West Sunflower Avenue is inconsistent with the Airport Environs Land Use Plan for John Wayne Airport, including supportive findings. Introduced for first reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana approving amendment application number 2025-01 to establish the Village Santa Ana specific plan and to approve a zone change for the project site generally located at 1561 West Sunflower Avenue from specific development number 48 to the Village Santa Ana specific plan SP6 as amended per statements by Councilmember Becerra for sections 4.1 hotel uses requiring a CUP, figure 38B related to sidewalks, landscaping, bike paths on Bear Street, figure 316 related to the bike paths on Bear Street, figure 313 relating to loading zones, and 2 traffic signals on Bear to be installed within 24 months of the effective date of the ordinance, and conduct first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana approving development agreement number 2025-01 for the Village Santa Ana Specific Plan Project, generally located at 1561 West Sunflower Avenue between the City of Santa Ana and South Coast Plaza, a California General Partnership. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Ordinances will return at the next meeting for second reading.
All right, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back and go through the consent calendar. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
You can go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. We're about to go to the consent calendar at this time. Items 4 through 26, removing item 7. We've already covered that. Council members, please announce any items that you will be abstaining from due to conflict, and if there are any requests to pull an item consent calendar for further discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Items 8 and 9.
8, 9, thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
I am going to be abstaining from item 12, I believe. And
12 for sure? Yep.
yes, 12, if I'm not mistaken. That's the Mills Act item. Thank you. And that's it.
Abstaining from item 12.
No, yes, abstaining, thank you.
Yes.
So if the item is pulled, I'll leave the dais, but I'm going to abstain
Correct.
because I work for the Office of Supervisor Sarmiento.
Correct, okay. Councilmember Fan. I'm sorry you want to recuse yourself from the whole thing and go home. I'll join you. We should all go home now. It's about 10:30 almost, so we only have 30 minutes to do this. So, all right, nothing? No abstentions. Wow. We're going to document that one. Councilmember Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to announce my abstention from item 15 due to campaign contributions from Metro, or one of the towing companies, which is Metro, I forget the actual name.
Okay, I'm going to pull that item, so when I do, you can abstain from that.
Okay, how do I, Madam Clerk, do you put me in the waiting room? Can I just mute myself? How does that work?
You can listen, but you can't influence through your facial expressions anyway, so I would just stay on board and don't comment or talk.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Becerra.
Item 9.
All righty. I'll make a motion for the remaining items. I'm pulling an item 15 thing. I apologize.
Second your motion.
Is prepared to do a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Motion by Mayor Mesqua, seconded by Councilmember Becerra, to approve the consent calendar, items number 4 through 26, with the exception of item number 7, already approved, and items 8, 9, and 15 pulled for separate discussion and consideration. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
6 ayes, no nays, with a current absence by Councilmember Hernandez and a reported recusal on item number 12 by Councilmember Lopez. Motion carries.
Great, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
First item pulled is item number 8 by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
We have the staff report on that. Do you have a report on it, or report out why we canceled or sent back the funds?
Just correction, MPT, you mean in addition to the staff report, you want to?
He would like a presentation, Mr. City Manager.
Okay, we can do that. Assistant City Manager Kat Downs will do a
Thank you.
presentation.
All right.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So this particular agenda item is an informational report with a recommendation to receive and file. The city applied for state funding for an after-school childcare program, and the state issued
I'm sorry, Kat, hold on one
award.
second. We're having problems with our mic, please.
Yeah, we're checking on it right now.
Thank you. You want to hold on one second?
Sure.
And they'll give us the okay. It's because the chief's sitting next to you. No, I'm just kidding.
Good, okay. So the city applied for state funding for an after-school childcare program, and the state issued a proposed award. The proposed program was to provide service for 515 children at 7 city locations. The state would reimburse the city for program spending compliant with CDSS terms and conditions. Now, that's an 81-page document that lists compliance requirements. This is a quick overview of the timeline from application submittal to proposed award May 2023. The city received a local agreement from CDSS for startup funding dated July 1st, 2024. On November 19th of last year, the City Council's consent calendar included a recommendation to accept the first year of funding. Between that time and April, we learned much more about the program requirements. To comply with the local agreement, the city would have needed to stand up the program and operate it for 12 days during fiscal year 24-25. Based on the identified concerns, city management did not believe it was feasible to do so by the May 12th deadline. And therefore, we issued a relinquishment letter to CDSS on May 2nd. So the concerns were discovered by reading the CDSS terms and conditions and having discussions with staff, and during a site visit to the city of La Habra, which operates a CDSS-funded program. These concerns included compliance with a series of federal regulations as well as California Title V and Title 22 regulations addressing educational requirements and health and safety issues. Although staff had discussions with Santa Ana Unified School District regarding food distribution, the city had no written guarantee of SAUSD performance. The city's original application proposed a staff-to-child ratio of 1:10, requiring 52 qualified employees for a 515-child program. The actual program requirement would necessitate at least 37 employees based on those CDSS terms and conditions. The city of La Habra has a separate department for their program. Considering the staffing numbers, it seems that's something we would have had to look at for Santa Ana as well. We would need medical training for staff and teaching certifications. There are specific insurance requirements and numerous policy documents necessary to operate the program and protect the children's safety. There are very specific requirements for enrollment, attendance tracking, and other administrative activities. We understand that it would be difficult to comply and pass audit without a specialized computer system. Most all of the city's computer systems take many months, if not years, to implement. We also understand the state audits come with a high level of scrutiny. Because we do not have the institutional knowledge to comply with the CDSS terms and conditions, we would be placing a significant amount of trust in a new site director to guide the city through implementation of a highly regulated program. We understand that if CDSS cut funding and we have contracts with families to provide service, the city would potentially need to honor those agreements without that CDSS funding. We discovered that most all of the awardees are organizations with existing resources and facilities to comply with CDSS terms and conditions. Very few awardees are cities, and the city of La Habra developed their program over the course of 30 years. We also didn't have a fiscal analysis factoring in all those compliance requirements, so we don't really know if that initial $915,000 award would be sufficient. Nor did we know whether the ongoing funding would cover the city's costs to operate the program. Upon learning that we were planning to stand up a program in several months, La Habra management highly recommended that we immediately hire an attorney and a consultant to help us navigate the complex compliance requirements. These concerns led city management to its decision to relinquish the award. That concludes our presentation, and I'm ready to answer questions.
Thank you. I'd ask the City Council if you have any questions to please raise your mic. Councilmember Penalosa, are you online?
I am here.
Okay, so if you'd like to ask any questions, I could start with you, or would you like me to come back?
I'm okay right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I was really disappointed that we gave this money back, and I would rather wish that it came back to the council so we could send it back and have this discussion. I felt that this could have been an investment in our centers for us to build out. Usually you don't have enough money to sustain the grant, you'll get it to build out. And this was I felt this would be more an investment in infrastructure to meet Title V and meet Title 22. And then we would get other grants in the future. But was it a time thing that were we caught up on the 24, 25 year? Or why did we not go forward? Is it a time thing, or was it just we felt it was too much work? Or
It was actually a combination of multiple factors. So the primary factor was all of the complex compliance requirements that we just were not prepared to tackle. This was beyond our scope of institutional knowledge. That was the primary reason. The timing was a secondary reason, but also very much part of the decision.
But there was money to build out infrastructure here and to create.
That initial, I'm sorry, the initial first year award was $915,000, and that was to get the program up and running. And, with some of the compliance issues, such as providing different bathrooms for adults and children, with different sized fixtures and everything, considering the costs of most of our construction projects at our community centers, I just don't see how that initial award of $915,000 would have been sufficient for the capital facilities and equipment that we needed to start up the program and be operating for 12 days during that initial time period.
Thank you. So you kind of eyeballed it because we didn't know if that was going to be enough. There was no study, but you kind of eyeballed it. You've been in this work for a while, so I appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I have.
So thank you, Kat, for the presentations. I'm sorry, Assistant Manager Downs. Thank you for the presentation. And I really appreciate it. And so I have all these things all this information here that I've highlighted, but I just want to ask a couple questions. Coming from the school district for 8 years, I understand very clearly Title V, Title 22, Title 45. The guidelines are just crazy. So you use an example of like the bathrooms. So we would have to have one separate bathroom for children, one separate bathroom for all gender, and then one for adults, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
And I remember when this item came forward, I first got elected, and I just remember it getting approved. We were super excited. So it was before our current city manager, and before you and Deputy City Manager Vasquez. I always call you Sylvia, and Assistant City Manager Min. So it was before your team, City Manager. So Mayor Pro Tem's right. We never received an update. We never heard anything back other than, yay, it was approved. But so when I was reading it from a fiscal standpoint, because I'm thinking future, Measure X, our budget, I know, Mr. City Manager, you talk about you're tightening things up. And so the initial amount they were going to give us was $915,000?
That's correct. That was the first year award.
Mr. City Manager, how much did it cost us to put in new bathrooms at El Salvador Park, for example, or a park, Rudy? How much?
Almost $500,000.
So $500,000 for one. So if we were going to, hypothetically, if we were going to bring this forward, we would have this program at multiple sites, correct?
Originally 7 sites were envisioned.
So just to use an example of why, and thank you for returning it and stepping out of this grant. 7 different sites. Let's say we have to have 2 to 3 bathrooms in each site. $500,000 per each bathroom. Is that correct? So roughly. So how much money is that?
That would be over $10 million.
Just to start?
Yes.
For the bathrooms?
Yes.
Okay. So I just kind of want to give like a little bit of clarification even for myself, right? Because, and then we're talking security. Chief, we would have to have a Raptor available for them to do backgrounds or run their license as they're coming in the center for safety purposes, because that looks for restraining orders, child molesters, things of that nature. Is that correct, Chief?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct.
And that cost, do we even know the cost?
I would not be able to give an exact cost, but it would place an additional requirement on our staff.
So the reason I just use those two examples, and again, I want to thank you for, stepping out. I would love to have had this in the city, but I think we need to be prepared. And I really look like Santa Ana Unified should apply for this grant. It'd be great. They can have it at all their wellness centers. They have face staff. They have the Raptors on site. They are fully prepared for a program like this. They have food available. They have nutritionists for kids that have special needs, gluten-free diets. They have directors everywhere. I mean, they can do this probably with their eyes closed. It would have been great if they would have applied. But this would have put us, as you had indicated, in liability, because if we would have put the money up front, and then if the state would have said, we have no money to give you because the budget is so winky, right? Half the time we don't know, then we would have had to comply as you had indicated, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
So it could possibly have cost us millions of dollars that we do not have.
That's winging it without a full fiscal analysis, but yes.
Yeah, and I think a fiscal analysis, I mean, if the council wanted that, it would be, I don't know, for me, it would be a waste of your guys' time because we have so many other really important things to do. And is this important? It is very important for our community. And again, I would highly recommend that Santa Ana Unified apply for this. They have the expertise, they have the experience, they have the teachers, they have directors, they understand the safety around children. We have special needs children in our community, a very large population of special needs children that we would have to develop this program just for them. And you're right, La Habra has been doing this for, I think, almost 30 years, if not 30 years. I think Rose Espinoza, is she the mayor? Yes, I think she was involved in some of this. So we don't have, I'm glad, again, I'm going to say it, because we don't have the capacity for this. And I sure would hate for us to come back in a few years when we are looking to tighten our belt and say, I'm really sorry, we can't serve you anymore because we don't have the funding. And, I know somebody, not for this item, but another item, they said, well, you can dip into the reserves. They're called reserves for a reason. And it's very dangerous when we dip into reserves. Because the moment we have a rainy day, then there's no more reserves. And so, again, I appreciate you guys, Mr. City Manager, you and your team returning this and saying thank you, but no thank you. And it's great, and I would highly recommend that Santa Ana Unified or Garden Grove Unified apply for this the next time it comes around. But definitely not us, because we don't have the financial ability to do that. It's just not in our wheelhouse. So with that, Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Downs, just a quick question. In order to use our reserves, we actually have to make certain special findings, correct?
That's correct. The City Council adopted policy for your reserves indicates that you would have to declare a fiscal emergency and have a plan to put it back.
Right, so funding a new program would not qualify for such a use.
That's correct.
Thank you. So, Mr. City Manager, we've talked about this during our agenda review, and, much like the reporting on use of military equipment, this should have been something that came to the City Council. I completely understand that staff was looking out for the city's budget and the best interests of the residents by saying no so that we wouldn't get into a hole that we couldn't dig ourselves out of. But I do think that it was just one of those items that we could have brought back to the council. And I think this is a great learning lesson for all of us, and including myself, because I looked back at the November 2024 meeting on this item. And the reality is, when you read the staff report and looked at the resolutions and even the one-page contract that was provided, it sounds like our typical after-school program. It sounds like a typical, maybe even like a PAL, but using community aides or representatives and things like that. It does mention one full-time teacher and one full-time teacher's aide, but it's not clear that they would need to be certified teachers or aides or this medical training and all that other stuff. So, one thing that I would love to see for us or for you to look at is having a grants administrator. I'm really surprised that a city of our size doesn't have a centralized grants administrator whose job is to make sure that we meet all these requirements as they go through the city manager's office. That's typical in the cities that I work for and I represent, so I look forward to that in maybe the mid-year budget. I guess I just want to clarify that I don't think any of this was done to say, no, we don't want money, right? We always want money, but money comes with strings. And the reality is we have to figure out how we are going to ensure that the programs we have now can be sustained based on the fiscal cliff that we're looking at. And I think that with something like this, it's just so far outside the realm of something that we typically do. It's not just an after-school program to keep kids off the street. It's an entirely new department that we essentially would have to set up. And I do agree that we don't have the capacity for that right now. Maybe we will in the future. So with that, I understand why this happened and what happened, but again, I hope that in the future, not only do we catch it on the front end when grants, because I think that Parks and Rec staff are great. They want to do this because we want to serve the community. It's being done because we care so much about making sure our residents get whatever services that they need. But at the end of the day, we also have to see what's, I think, not just fiscally feasible, but also practical for us at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to echo comments of my colleagues. This grant was sizable, would have helped us with meeting the needs of our youngest. And I believe when you prepare children for the first 5 years of your life, you prepare them for the next 80 years of your life. And education is a social determinant over a person's lifetime. We have a really fantastic partner here at the city in the Training and Research Foundation, which brought over $9 million to the city. And we have been able to expand early childhood education at Civic Center, Corbin, and as well as Garfield, and at St. Peter Early Education Center off of Parton Street in Willard. And so there is a early childhood education investment in the city. I would have loved to have seen this, come to the city, but just want to echo my comments that if we ever have a grant of this size, any decisions that should be made here at the dais publicly, especially when it comes to millions of dollars. So those will be my final comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple questions. I guess I would love to start with the timeline because in the email that you sent to the council, you state several times that the city lacks the experience, resources, and capacity to effectively implement a Title 22 program of the scope within the initial contract period. And so staff began these discussions in 2021. And the preliminary funding is announced, at the state of city in 2023. And through that time, right, things are coming to the council is approving them. And so I want to know, when you start having meetings in early 2025 with city staff and people up here, I wanted to know what happened between 2021 and 2025 to prepare for the implementation of the grant and to achieve its goals.
Thank you for that question. So the original application wasn't submitted to CDSS until fiscal year 22-23, even though those discussions may have been going on earlier. As far as staff preparations for this grant award, there was a plan to bring on experts onto staff to help navigate the implementation of this program and additional resources. And the reality of it is that that's placing a lot of trust in a new staff member, and to stand up something for the city that comes with complex compliance issues and significant liability if you fail to do so. And we just didn't feel like we were in the best position to tackle that kind of a project at this time. In addition, during that time period that you're asking about, we did go through starting to prepare for bringing on some of that new staff. We did go through an exercise to create job classifications so that we could advertise for these positions to bring them on board. And that took a little while. That took a bit of effort. I understand there were some discussions with the labor groups over these new job specs. So that all takes time to play out, but we just simply didn't even have the expertise on board at the point that we started looking at this in early 2025.
And what expertise were you looking for?
Someone who had experience with complying with these like the CDSS terms and conditions. So there was a mention of a one-page agreement, award letter, award agreement that was attached to that November staff report. And yeah, it is just a page long, but it references the CDSS terms and agreements, which is an 81-page document that I don't believe at the time that we proposed receiving that grant award, I don't believe that we had fully looked at that. And not only is it 81 pages of requirements, but many of those requirements refer to other larger documents too, and sections in law. So it's not just 81 pages of requirements, it's 81 pages, almost 81 pages of references to other larger documents. And that's why the city of La Habra, I understand now, in hindsight, that's why the city of La Habra recommended to us that if you're going to try to stand up this program, you need to get yourself an attorney and a consultant who specializes in compliance with these regulations to help you navigate some of this, because you really need that expertise.
And BBK doesn't have the type of attorney?
I don't know the answer to that.
We don't have the type of attorney. I certainly don't have the expertise as an education lawyer. Just like I consider myself one of the top city attorneys. I can cite to the Brown Act, I can cite to the public records and things that apply to cities. The education code is entirely different.
Mm-hmm.
So I would never try to pretend to have that. We could go out in the public marketplace and find experts, because there are education experts who do that, who would know those, like I know code sections for cities, they might know those code sections off the top of their head for education, but I wouldn't know that.
Thank you. And then, City Manager, I wanted to know what is needed besides, having an attorney on retainer that is proficient in the education code, having staff that you need to trust to be able to carry this out forward, and what are you doing now to change, to address the things that Kat is talking about?
So the reality is that when we gather a grant, it has to be part of the core function of what city government is, right? More to the city attorney's point, right? We don't have that level of expertise. So if we were to gather that, it wouldn't have been a one-page type of presentation at that point. So it is actually understanding, and if you notice in the staff report that we presented, it was the way it was articulated. So we already have safety mechanisms. Is it a grant? Is it a contract? And so those type of deliberations have to do at the front of the grant analysis, so that when we make a presentation, when we apply for a grant, we understand what that means implication-wise. What is the grant funding? What are the hidden costs? What's the cost to the city? Mm-hmm. So those are the items that we're looking at this point. So that we don't make those type of kind of the hard determinations that we had to make. If you notice, and the dates that were provided, you see the transitional leadership. So you see that sense that somehow there were issues that were missed. And so there's no other way to say that.
Right. One of the things I wanted to ask you about, and I asked you in this email where, I send you all these questions, and you responded to, was a concern about a public records request that was submitted to the city. There were two separate requests that were submitted to the city, and the initial request was not addressed And then a second one was submitted and that was addressed. And then when I went back to look at the portal just to confirm what I had seen, you can't find some of those closed public records on the portal now. And so I wanted to know that if it has been initially submitted, right, and it's closed, do we have a responsibility to keep it on the portal, or does the city delete it?
My understanding is that we keep our requests there because sometimes we will refer a subsequent requester back to an original one. That's my understanding, but I'll let City, that's her area of expertise.
So Mayor and City Council, on the public records request portal, when the requests are submitted, they are submitted via the portal so that staff can work on them internally. Once they are closed, then they are posted, the requests are posted online for people to be able to review and see what has been requested. If the request is still ongoing, such as we are still working on it because we are under an extension or under a rolling response due to the voluminous nature of records that we may be reviewing as potentially responsive, it will not show on that portal until it is actually finally closed and we have deemed that all responsive records have been released.
And so it could be that it's not shown for months, right? It could be that it's not shown for years if the city is saying, I need an extension or whatnot. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, got it. I think I'll have more questions about that later, but the other thing I wanted to address was, you know, in your email to me when you responded to my questions, you said the city is not in a position to continue with this program at this time and continue to maintain focus on its customary programming and city council priorities. The email that you sent to the entire council, you say we remain committed to exploring alternative opportunities to support after-school programs and child care services in our community, and I will keep the council informed. And so I wanted to know what is actually going to happen in terms of programming in the future, given that this is specifically a priority for my office.
As I indicated in the email, Councilmember, the idea is to look for those kind of opportunities where we can expand that within our current programming.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
As I indicated in my email, so that we will look for those opportunities that we can expand within our core function and still able to maintain.
But specifically, what opportunities are you looking for to expand core programming?
Well, anything that allows us to allow that level of assistance, right, to our community, whether it be in parks and recreation, the library, so that there's after-school opportunities for our children here in our community.
Right.
As far as a specific grant, if you ask me if today, you know, at this time, if I have enough of a specific grant, I cannot speak to that.
Yeah, and there's been no directive, right, to not pursue grants to city staff, to your team,
Correct.
Any member of the executive? Okay, so then the expectation is that we will continue to pursue grants.
Yes.
In the best interests of our residents, specifically the kids of the city.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, thank you. And then I just wanted to conclude, and I don't know if you and your team are aware, but according to the U.S. Census Bureau, the American Community Survey, which has data from 2021, around 24% of kids in the city under 18 live below the federal poverty line. The general poverty rate in Santa Ana is about 19% for all age groups, which is notably higher than the national average of about 12%. Santa Ana's population is roughly 335,000. We always discuss, right? It could be more, it could be less, depending on why we think people did or did not fill out the census. And approximately 80,000 to 85,000 children under the age of 18 fall under the population. And so based on the poverty rate, about 21,000 kids in the city, again, live under those conditions, and 10,000 families would have potentially benefited from after-school programming and child care services. And right, the grant, as we discussed, would have done much more than that. As Kat said, we needed to hire credentialed teachers. That could have been an opportunity to bring jobs. We could have partnered with the school district. The school district, in fact, could not apply for this grant, and that's something that I was able to confirm with the state representative, which is why they were looking to partner with the city. And so I just want to express that data because I think it's important to have on the record, and I think it's important for everybody in this chamber to understand that even if 5-year-olds or 10-year-olds don't have lobbyists, it is our responsibility to ensure that we do anything and everything that we can to provide the services that they need to live a fulfilling and fruitful life so that they can in turn be great older constituents of this city. And so I do want to share the sentiments of Mayor Pro Tem in my disappointment. I understand if staff thought you cannot achieve this. I think another issue here is the lack of communication, right? You're saying you communicated this decision to every member of this council, and we have a different recollection of that. And so I just want to make sure that moving forward, when you're receiving directive, when your staff is receiving a directive from this council, 7-0, all of the different times that we voted regarding this item, that there is going to be open line of communication so that we are able to in turn communicate that to our constituents who are expecting something from this council when it came to their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Lopez. I appreciate it. And thank you for saying we will continue to write grants. All our staff, thank you for the work that you do and looking out for grants and swinging for the fences. We appreciate your vision. We appreciate the work that you put into this grant. I apologize that we didn't keep the same leadership and vision as when we started this motion of applying for this grant. I want you in all departments to know that we fully support us. Think big and go out and get our grants, and we'll support you as much as we can from the dais, and we do appreciate your work. We just want you to know that it's not gone unseen, the work that you put forward to move this ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to add here fiscal review. City has an internal requirement for departments to submit grant information to finance for a fiscal review before a grant award was accepted. Mr. City Manager, was that done?
No, it was not.
Okay, I just want to be clear on that. And then staff did not submit the grant information for a fiscal review, and they saw the award as a contract funds as opposed to a grant, even though the proposed resolution for the City Council on November 19th included an authorization to execute any documents. I remember this because I did announce it at the State of the City. I did, because I was told we received a $7 million grant. Yay. So I was like, yay. And that's exactly what I got. We received a $7 million grant. And you can watch it online. And yes, I did state that, because the only council member that was there with me at the State of the City at that time was Councilman Councilman Becerra. And then the year after that was only Councilman Becerra and Penalosa. So the council members probably watched it online. But yes, I did announce it because I was told that that's what we received. But I just want to be clear, because it's very important. We talk about grants. I love grants. They're important. Familiar with them. County baby, 30 years. We applied for every grant under the sun. School district, we applied for every grant we possibly can get. Every penny we could that applied to the school district. The city, we're in the business of, yes, our children are important, and so somebody's going to take this and blog and say, oh, she doesn't care about children. We do a lot. We do a lot for this community. But I really want people, I would hope that are watching, and they do because they tell us they're watching, that we have a responsibility to be, we have a fiscal responsibility. And I know Councilmember Fan said we're on a cliff. I don't want to say we're on a cliff because, that sounds so like we're about to, file bankruptcy. And we're not. We're not. You are planning and communicating with us on how we're going to prepare for Measure X. And what are we going to do? And I believe you wanted to start having those meetings, Mr. City Manager. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Right. So we're going to have these conversations about fiscally, where are we going as a city? And are we going to be able to fill potholes and fix streets and cut trees and help, we have the best tasting water. Are we going to be able to continue to build and have affordable housing and all these things that everybody up here wants and that we want for our community? And I think this is great if we could afford to do it, but we cannot. And that was my whole point when I read it and I started digging into it. I mean, if you really take a look, the regulations that were not addressed, site licensing with facility compliance and inspections, such as provision of separate bathrooms, adults and children, different size fixtures, food distribution, safety requirements. Yes, we were going to utilize Santa Ana Unified, but did we have an MOU with them?
No.
No MOU with them?
No.
Okay. So, we would have to distribute food in-house. And again, because of my experience on the school board, and I'm the only one up here who has had that experience, I would go to the central kitchen and I understand about how you order food, how you get food, diets of our children, allergies of our children. You have to have a nurse on site, a nutritionist. You have to have a doctor available. There's all these different things. So can you imagine if we would have fed a child a lunch that they were allergic to, they choke and they die because we didn't have the proper staff? Oh, let's talk about the check we'll write for that one. Minimum staffing requirements, medical training for staff, certified teachers to develop and manage a curriculum, specific insurance requirements, development of numerous policies to address child pickup safeguards, discipline procedures, and parent-teacher communications. Again, I'm going to sound like a broken record. Do you know how many times I was called by parents at Santa Ana Unified? Their child was picked up by the wrong parent or a different person who wasn't even their parent. Imagine that, and it has happened. I'm not making things up because I know they're watching. They would release little Johnny to a council member who's not their father, and their father would come to the office and say, "Where's little Johnny?" Well, I thought you picked him up. No. So there's a major liability when we're talking about children like this, and so we have to understand that. So pickup safeguards, oh my gosh, critical. Specific requirements for enrollment, attendance tracking, and determining student eligibility. Without implementing a specialized software system, these requirements would be difficult to comply with, and regular state audits come with high level of scrutiny. Even the school districts sometimes get in trouble because they're not in compliance with Title V, Title 22, Title this, Title that, and chicken fat. So we don't have the ability as a city. Do I want to help children? Yes. Would I like to expand the programs at the centers we have now, Jerome, El Salvador, Damon? I would love to. I think Councilman Hernandez, you mentioned a few programs that we have. Love to. If we had the financial ability to, let's do it. But to have something like this, we're opening ourselves up to liability. And again, everybody up here needs to understand, we're not going for a fiscal cliff. We need to talk about where are we going to be in 5 years from now? Where are we going to be in 3 years? Next year's budget, you had indicated, Mr. City Manager, and Kat, you did too, it's going to be tighter and tighter. Every year is tighter and tighter. So thank you again for this, the staff try to do the right thing. I appreciate it. It looks good, it sounds good, but fiscally we just can't do it. And there's too much liability for us as a city. So I look forward to hearing from you, Mr. City Manager, and your staff on what other programs or projects can we bring forward to the City Council that would benefit our children? How can we bring programs? We just had a 13-year-old killed in gang violence. We had a child killed at Santa Ana High School in stabbing, gang violence. We have gang violence with our youth. We have the largest number of McKinney-Vento children. We have homeless children. We have a lot of things. So can we fix everything? No, but there are some things that we need to have as priorities. I would love to, for example, how do we stop our gang violence? How do we keep our kids from dying? That too, that's very important too. So thank you for bringing this forward. I think we have a process in place now for grants. Is that correct? What is the process, Kat?
Before you accept an award or propose to accept an award, we have to take it to City Council to accept the award. Before you do that, there should be some information submitted to the Finance Department so that we can dig in and review a little bit. We refer to this as a grant. The resolution refers to it as a grant. But there's also documents that refer to it as a contract for services, if you will. And so, things happen, and staff, they didn't believe that this fell into the realm of that grant requirement to take it to finance for a fiscal review. And so It wasn't on my radar screen at that time. I was finance director, and I wasn't aware of it. It wasn't on my radar screen. And quite frankly, the more that I, looked into this, I just felt like, a great program, great funding, but it was just, quite honestly, just biting off more than what we could chew at the time.
And thank you. I appreciate your honesty. I think we all do, that, you didn't catch it. And I thank the staff that applied, thinking this was, great opportunity for us, and it could have been. And so I thank you for the honesty, and thank for all the staff, that the hard work they've done. But, again, I'll just state, Mr. City Manager and your staff, I support this, because we would have bit off too much of the apple, that we cannot afford to do this. And our children are very important, our after-school programs. Maybe we can partner up with Santa Ana Unified and Garden Grove Unified and some of the charter schools to figure out how can we help, and I don't want to use that word partnership, right? Because we always bring more to the picnic than anybody else does. And so, how can we work together with school districts and the charter schools to help our kids out? So, Mr. City Manager, so I really appreciate it. And I would just say that, again, thank you for your decision. And I look forward to when grants come before us. They're not one page, they're the 81 pages of information that we need to read.
Mayor,
So
I'd
with
like to
that-
remind that this is a receive and file item. If you want to take that vote just to receive and file, or if
Yes,
you just
I
want
would
to
like
receive
to.
and file. And I also must remind you that we're after our 11 o'clock time frame.
Perfect.
You have pulled 2 additional items, and there's numerous agenda items remaining. So in order for you to continue the meeting at this point, you would have to decide, do you want to just complete your consent calendar items and then continue the rest of it? Do you want to take on some of your other agenda items? What time do you want to work till this evening?
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I always appreciate you keeping us on time here. So I'm done with my comments. It is a receive and file, so we're good.
I have a question for the
So we have,
clerk.
we have to take a vote to go on really.
Oh yeah, I
Is
just
it a
have a
quick?
question.
Go ahead.
So Jennifer, can you let me know via email tomorrow about PRA number 25-1969? Because it's not on the portal, and it used to be viewable. So I need to know if it's closed or if it's opened. And also if you can clarify for me when the new function of not being able to see whether they're closed or opened changed. Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, it is 11:06. Is there a motion? Or?
Mayor, if we could have a motion and a second for the receive and file item.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
So a motion by Mayor Mesqua, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, to receive and file the informational report for the CDSS.
Can you do a roll call, Madam
Child
Clerk?
care grant. Yes. Councilmember Becerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Yes.
Councilmember Fan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua.
Yes.
7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
So maybe we can make a motion to take the other items for the consent. What was it, 9?
So the items
9
you
and
have
15?
remaining from the consent calendar are 9 and 15. You also have public hearing item number 27. Council member requested item 29 and the work study session item 30.
Correct. So the POC is so critical. I don't know if you guys want to have a standalone meeting so that that's the only item on the agenda and we can really dig into that instead of taking all the consent items and then dealing with that. Mayor Pro
supportive
Tem,
of
I
that.
see it. You supportive, Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to make a motion to have a standalone for POC.
I'll make a motion to have a standalone meeting for PLC
I'll
and
second.
continue the items.
Thank you. I'll second that. And then can we continue the council member item for the next meeting?
How long are we staying here today?
Just to do the 9 and I have one question on 15 and that's it.
Well, given that the council member requested item was just yes or no, I think we can discuss it tonight.
Well, we're going to go.
Just direction to move forward, or not.
No, it's a discussion I think we want to have.
I do have a question also about the public hearing for item 27.
Okay, so.
Because if there's a deadline, I think there's a deadline that we have to approve it
Is there a deadline for 27?
by the end of the month, I believe.
So let me do this. Mr. City Manager, is there a deadline? Mike Garcia? Sorry. It's okay, no, I just.
The Keeper report, Mayor and City Council, must be submitted 90 days following the close of our fiscal year.
And what's the 90 days, sir?
That'll be October, so. October
The first meeting in October would work or no?
September 30th, yeah. We need to have it into HUD by the end of this month, so before October.
So then we can just take up that item. Are we good at continuing everything else until the next meeting? And then the POC will be a standalone. Are you okay with that amended
That
motion?
works out well, Madam. Yeah.
Okay, so then I'll second your motion. Everybody, let's vote on it, so we're good?
So is the motion just to take item number 27? or to
That's
complete
correct,
consent?
and then we'll
Okay,
table everything for
everything
the
else.
next meeting, and then we'll have a standalone for the POC.
Thank you.
Are we doing the consent or not?
No, this is it,
The motion is to only take item number 27. and
because it has a timeline.
do a standalone on the POC and continue all other items.
That's correct.
All right.
Okay, let's vote. Madam City Clerk?
Yes. Motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Mayor Mesqua, to continue items 9, 15, and 29 to the October 7th meeting, to hold a standalone meeting for item number 30 related to the Police Oversight Commission ordinance, and to hear public hearing item 27 this evening. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
No.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 6 ayes, 1 nay, nay by Councilmember Lopez. Motion carries. With that,
Okay.
you would move to item 20, public hearing item number 27.
All right, so let me open the public hearing for item 27. Sorry, let me. All right.
I can make the announcement, Mayor, if you would like.
I'm sorry?
I can make the announcement if you would like.
Go ahead.
Okay. Members of the public joining us by way of Zoom or conference call who would like to make a comment for public hearing item number 27 only, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now to be called upon when the public hearing is opened.
Okay, do you need a staff presentation, council? No, okay. Are there any questions or comments by the council? I now open the public hearing for members of the public that would like to provide their comments in person, virtually. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
We do not have any in-person speakers. Councilmember Peñalosa, are there any speakers at your teleconference location?
No, there are not.
I'll make a motion to move the item.
No further comments?
We do not have any speakers on Zoom either, nor did we receive any email comments.
Thank
So
you.
if you'd
No
like-
further comments. Councilmember Hernandez, you made a motion. I'll second. Let's prepare a roll call, please.
And just confirming that the public hearing has been closed.
That's correct. It's been closed.
Thank you. A motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Mayor Mesqua, to approve an authorized submission of the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report for fiscal year 2024-25 to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez? Yes. Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Okay, at this time, we're going to adjourn the meeting, but I'm going to adjourn the meeting in memory of Vicky Tafoya, Lydia Salveda, and Adrian Torres. Thank you very much.